What if the greatest love stories told throughout time are forged in the fires of betrayal, vengeance, and blood-soaked passion? What if the fairy tales you've swallowed whole are merely the sugary glaze on a cake of chaos, masking a darkness that could swallow the sun itself? Love has never been a gentle whisper, it's a savage scream, echoing through the ages, where gods and mortals clash, where hearts ignite and shatter, leaving only ashes in their wake. Consider Aphrodite, the so-called goddess of love. She's no shy maiden, she's a tempest, casting spells of infatuation that lead to wars and ruin. Did you know that her beauty sparked the infamous Trojan War? Love? More like a detonator. A mere glance from her could level cities. You think it's all roses and romance? Think again. This isn't a lovey-dovey Hallmark card, it's a battlefield of desires, where the stakes are the fates of nations. And then, there's Orpheus, that poor sap with a lyre so sweet it could charm the stones off a mountain. But what did he get for his melodic magic? A descent into the underworld to retrieve his lost love, Eurydice. But wait! A twisted, tantalizing twist, one look over his shoulder meant losing her forever. The tension crackles like dry kindling caught in a storm. One moment of weakness, one lapse in faith, and bam! Love turns to despair, ripping apart reality with a single glance. You think love is sweet? Think again. It's a double-edged sword, gleaming with betrayal. Take Tristan and Isolde, two lovers caught in a web of treachery and fate. Their romance? A love potion gone wrong, turning them into unwilling pawns in a royal chess game. Their hearts sing a siren song, yet their ending is a tragic ballet steeped in poison and despair, where love becomes the ultimate weapon in the hands of a jealous king. Feel the pulse quicken. Feel the chaos gather. What about the infamous Helen of Troy? The face that launched 1,000 ships? She's more than a pretty visage, she's a catalyst, an enigma. Her beauty is a loaded gun, and the men who chase her are merely pawns in a game that only she understands. What if love isn't a fairy tale? What if it's a riddle wrapped in a curse, where the lovers dance on the edge of madness? Every page crackles with the electricity of desire gone awry, with love twisting into something grotesque yet beautiful, something that consumes and nourishes simultaneously. Ancient voices whisper through the ages, gnashing their teeth, urging you to listen, to remember that love is not for the faint of heart. It's a storm, a hurricane, a blazing comet that lights up the sky before crashing down to earth, leaving only ashes and echoes. So, are you ready to confront this chaotic romance? Are you prepared to unravel the tangled threads of passion that bind the gods and mortals alike? Because these stories? They are no mere myths. They are warnings etched in the bones of time, daring you to uncover their dark, seductive truths. The air crackled with tension, thick as the shadows that swirled around Psyche. She stood alone in the moonlight, a trembling figure carved from stone and despair. The world whispered her name through the rustling leaves, but all she could hear was the silence of her heart, echoing a single, desperate thought: "Where are you, Eros?" It was a night draped in opulence, yet beneath its beauty lay a haunting ache, a reminder of what was lost and what might never return. She clutched the pendant around her neck, a gift from him, shimmering and cold against her skin. Her fingers brushed over the delicate etchings, tracing the curves of a heart that beat only for him. The pendant's shine felt like a taunt, a promise she didn't know if she could believe anymore. "I remember," the words slipped from her lips, barely audible, as if speaking them might bring him back. "I remember the way your laughter danced like flames, flickering against the shadows, igniting every dark corner of my soul." She let the memories wash over her, a tide of bittersweet nostalgia. But with each heartbeat came the weight of uncertainty. The trials were relentless, each one darker than the last, and beside her, the shadows seemed to murmur their cruel reassurances. What makes you think he'll return? What gives you the right to believe in a love that was never meant for you? Every breath she took was a battle against despair. She could almost feel the ghosts of doubt wrapping around her, suffocating her spirit. And in that darkness, she saw him, Eros, the god of love, the one who had ignited her heart. His absence felt like a curse, an endless void that threatened to swallow her whole. In the depths of her longing, Eros was trapped, bound by the very whims of the gods who had twisted their fates. He was a flame caught in a storm, battling the winds of fate, and she was left standing on the precipice of their love, terrified of the fall. His laughter, once a melody that cradled her heart, now echoed like a haunting refrain in her mind. I remember, the air shifted, and Psyche felt it, a presence. A shadow lurking just beyond the edge of her vision, heavy with uncertainty. It was then that she caught a glimpse of the truth. The moonlight had unveiled not only her fears but also her courage. She was not just the victim of a cruel twist of fate. She was Psyche, a woman forged in trials, and she would fight for her love. "I will not let you go, Eros," she whispered to the night, her voice trembling but resolute. "I will face whatever specters the gods hurl at me." The silence around her felt pregnant with anticipation, as if the universe held its breath at her proclamation. In another realm, Eros battled his own demons. Trapped in a prison of gold and silk, he could hear the distant echoes of Psyche's heart, reverberating through the fabric of time. It was maddening, the distance between them, a chasm of despair that threatened to consume him whole. He could feel the weight of his mother's disapproval, a specter of judgment that loomed over him like a storm cloud, dark and foreboding. "Do you see what you've done?" Aphrodite's voice sliced through the air like a blade. "Love isn't a game. You've brought shame upon our name, and for what? A mortal? A mere fleeting spark." Each word struck him, sharper than the last, sinking into his soul like nails driven into wood. He clenched his fists, wrestling with the fury that simmered beneath his skin. "I loved her." The words burst from his lips, raw and unyielding. "I loved her more than the stars love the night. More than the sun loves the dawn. Don't you dare diminish my heart." Aphrodite's gaze was cold, an impenetrable wall. "Love, my dear boy, is a fickle mistress. It can be beautiful or it can destroy you. Choose wisely." But how could he choose? How could he sever the bond that tied him to Psyche, a thread woven with the fabric of his very being? Every moment spent apart was a dagger to his heart. The trials that loomed ahead felt insurmountable, a labyrinth with no exit. Yet in that darkness, he found strength. "I remember," he whispered to the void, his voice barely breaking the silence. "I remember the way her smile lit up the world, how her laughter painted my existence with colors I'd never known." The universe seemed to shift, swirling around them, drawing their fates closer. Psyche's tears mingled with the moonlight, glistening like stars fallen from the heavens. She felt the pulse of the cosmos, a rhythm echoing through her veins, urging her forward. "I will not yield," she vowed, her heart a ferocious storm. "I will fight for love, even if it shatters me." As Eros clenched his jaw, determination coursed through him. "I will break these chains," he promised, the fire in his heart a relentless beacon against the encroaching darkness. "Psyche, I will find you. I will tear down the barriers between us. Nothing will keep us apart." The night deepened, the shadows thickening, but with every heartbeat, their love pulse stronger. They were two souls bound by trials, fighting against the universe that conspired to tear them apart. And in that fight, they found the essence of love, raw, powerful, and unyielding. Time lost meaning as they stood on the edge of despair and hope, poised at the brink of their fateful intersection. It was a moment suspended in the cosmos, a heartbeat shared across dimensions, whispering promises of a love that would rise from the ashes of their trials. "I remember," Psyche breathed, and the world around her seemed to echo her longing, every shadow trembling with the weight of their love. "I will remember." And in that haunting promise, the night held its breath, a silent witness to the unfolding drama of heart and fate, as both Eros and Psyche prepared to face the trials ahead, unaware of the cosmic forces that sought to test their love beyond measure. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but they would walk it together, two sparks igniting against the inky darkness, their love a flame that would not be extinguished. The air thickens with dread, a silence so heavy it seems to pulse with unuttered fears. Shadows twist and stretch across the cracked earth, holding their breath as the sun dips behind the jagged mountains, painting the horizon in shades of blood and sorrow. I stand there, feet planted against the unforgiving ground, heart pounding like a wild drum in my chest, no rhythm to cling to. Eurydice! The name echoes in the void of my mind, a haunting refrain. I remember the way her laughter fluttered through the air like a butterfly, fragile yet fierce. I remember the warmth of her hand in mine, a lifeline that tethered me to this world. And now? The world has become a cacophony of despair, the shadows whispering her name, taunting me, reminding me of her absence. Orpheus. Her voice pierces through the suffocating silence, a ghostly whisper that sends shivers down my spine. I turn, but it's just memory, a flickering candle that refuses to extinguish, even in the darkest of nights. I remember her, swaying under the moonlight, her dress a cascade of stars. We danced under the cosmos, where time lost its grip, where love was the only truth. But the fates have spun their cruel tapestry, and that truth is now a distant memory, a wisp of smoke that vanishes into the chill of nothingness. Orpheus. The shout echoes again, more frantic this time, and I'm jerked from my reverie, adrenaline flooding my veins. Shadows twist, morphing into monstrous shapes, and I realize they have come for me, the dark creatures of despair that lurked in the corners of my mind, waiting to ensnare me. I can feel their cold breath on my neck, a reminder of the abyss that seeks to swallow me whole. I rush forward, heart hammering against my ribs as I chase the fading whisper of Eurydice's name. Each step is fueled by desperation, by the primal need to fight against this turmoil, this sorrow that threatens to drown me like a weight tied to my soul. The ground trembles beneath me, the earth itself mourning the loss of the light that was Eurydice. I stumble into the underbelly of a forest, gnarled branches clawing at the heavens like pleading hands. The trees seem to breathe, their whispers mingling with the rustling leaves, a chorus of sorrow. I can almost hear her again, the melody of her laughter echoing through the foliage, weaving together the fragments of my heart. But darkness lingers, an ever-present spectre. It gnaws at the edges of my sanity, and I can feel the weight of regret suffocating me. The time we had, so fleeting, so precious, slips through my fingers like grains of sand. I should have held her tighter, should have whispered sweet nothings into the night until they became promises of forever. But now, forever is a cruel joke, a phrase carved into stone that mocks me. Eurydice, lost to the realm of shadows, to the chilling embrace of Hades. My love, my muse, the very essence of my being. The thought sends a fresh wave of anguish crashing over me, and I falter, clutching my chest as if I can physically grasp the wound that festers within. Do not weep for me, I imagine her saying, her voice as soothing as summer rain. Live, Orpheus. Live for both of us. But how can I live when every heartbeat is a reminder of her absence? I am a ghost wandering through the remnants of what was once vibrant and alive. I stumble deeper into the woods, where the shadows grow thicker, darker, and more suffocating. And then, a flicker of hope, a faint glimmer of light breaking through the trees, bathing me in an ethereal glow. I push forward, desperation clawing at my insides. My hands brush against the bark, rough and unyielding, yet somehow grounding, a reminder that I am still here, still fighting. When I break through the underbrush, I find myself at the edge of a river, its waters swirling like a tempest of lost souls, mirroring the chaos within me. And there, standing on the opposite bank, is Charon, the ferryman of the dead, his eyes dark pools of ancient knowledge. Why do you seek the lost? He asks, voice like gravel and smoke. For love, I breathe, the word a prayer, a lifeline. He smirks, a cruel twist of lips that knows the folly of mortals. Love can turn to ash, Orpheus. It is a flame that consumes. But I am no longer listening. I wade into the cold depths, the water tugging at my ankles, wrapping around me like an icy shroud. My heart thunders in my chest, a war drum urging me forward. I have come too far to falter now. I will not let despair win. With each stroke, I push against the current, determination coursing through me, igniting the embers of hope buried deep within. I remember Eurydice's smile, the way it lit up the world, piercing through even the darkest corners of my soul. I remember the power of our love, a force that could bend the very fabric of reality, entwining our fates like a haunting melody. As I reach the other side, I can feel the air grow thick with magic, the atmosphere charged with the energy of unsung songs and forgotten dreams. This is the underworld, a realm woven with sorrow and beauty, where the echoes of the past linger like ghosts. I take a breath, the air heavy with silence, and step forward, heart racing, fear and hope entwined in a dance. Eurydice! I call out, voice trembling, reverberating through the hollow silence. I will find you. The words hang in the air, and somewhere in the depths, a response thrums back, a heartbeat, a whisper, the promise of love that transcends even the clutches of death. My soul ignites, a symphony of emotions crashing through me. This is the power of music, the power of love. It can shatter barriers, bend the universe, and weave together the threads of life and death into one haunting melody. And as I move deeper into the shadows, I feel it, a flicker of hope, a ghost of a smile. The music of my heart swells in the silence, pounding against the walls of despair, daring to break free. I am Orpheus, and I will play for her, my love echoing through the silence, pulling her back from the brink. The darkness looms ahead, a treacherous labyrinth of fears and doubts, but I will not turn back. I will not falter. I will sing. And in that moment, I realize, love is the song that will guide me through the darkest of nights, a melody that will forever resonate in the depths of my soul, pulling me closer to her, weaving our fates together once more. The moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel cloaked in mist, as I found myself in the heart of the forest, where shadows whispered secrets to the wind. Heart pounding, I could almost taste the metallic tang of fear lacing the damp air. Just a stone's throw away, Tristan stood, his silhouette a darkened statue against the silvery glow, tension radiating from him like heat from a forge. A battle was brewing in the depths of his soul, a tempest that mirrored the storm gathering in the sky. I could feel it, a fire ignited by love and betrayal, two forces locked in an unending struggle. Isolde! His voice erupted from his throat, raw and desperate, like a man grasping at the fraying edges of a dream. I could see the flicker of a candle's flame in his eyes, illuminating the depths of his longing, his despair. She was a spectre in his mind, a ghost that haunted every waking moment, and every heartbeat echoed her name. Isolde! But she was not here, not in body, at least. She was a shimmering memory, trapped in the web of fate spun by a cruel, unseen hand. The night held its breath, and I caught myself wishing I could reach out, grasp the tendrils of that elusive bond between them, but it slipped through my fingers like quicksilver. Tristan, the valiant knight, the champion of hearts, stood at a precipice. His love for Isolde was a chasm, deep and dark, with no bottom to be found. And yet, he was shackled by duty, compelled to serve the very king who sought to claim Isolde as his bride. How could one man be so noble and yet so wretched? I remember, he whispered, his voice quaking with the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. I remember her laughter, like a brook bubbling in the spring, the way her eyes sparkled with mischief. And in that laughter, I found my salvation, only to watch it slip away. The world around us seemed to shift, the trees bending and swaying as if to the pulse of his heart. Each heartbeat thudded louder, like a war drum summoning an army, swelling until it felt like the forest itself was alive, echoing his torment. I could see the tightness in his jaw, the flicker of anguish that danced across his brow. He was a man torn in half, a warrior at odds with his own desire. And then there was Isolde. Oh, Isolde! The very name tasted bittersweet on my tongue. I could picture her in the castle, draped in silken gowns, hair cascading like a waterfall of gold. Yet, the finery couldn't mask the sorrow that clung to her like a shroud. I remember the taste of his lips, she would say, her voice a haunting melody echoing in the chambers of my mind. The way our souls intertwined with each kiss, the way he made me feel alive, if only for an instant. But love in that world was a fragile thing, easily shattered, a glass ornament at the mercy of a careless hand. I could almost feel the weight of her sorrow, the deep ache of longing that gnawed at her heart. She was a queen bound by the chains of duty, her life dictated by the whims of a king whose heart was made of stone. Love is a cruel master, I thought, one who gives you the taste of paradise only to plunge you into despair. As I stood there, the forest thick with tension, I sensed the struggle within Tristan intensifying, a raging storm that mirrored the turbulent skies above. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white as he fought against the chains of loyalty and honor. How can I betray my king? He spat, his words laced with venom. How can I turn my back on the oath I swore? But beneath the bravado, I saw the truth. The man was a tempest, a chaotic force spiraling into darkness, lost in the anguish of a love that would never see the light of day. And then, silence. It enveloped us, a ghastly shroud. The trees stilled, their branches frozen in a moment of shared breath. I stared into the shadows, and there, amidst the gloom, the figure of Isolde appeared. A wraith, spectral and beautiful, as if time had woven her back into reality. Her eyes pierced through the darkness, filled with a longing that matched his own, an aching connection that transcended the very laws of nature. "Tristan," she whispered, her voice a siren's song, pulling him deeper into that abyss of desire. "You feel it too, don't you? This pull between us, this insatiable ache that grips our hearts." His answer hung heavy in the air, a whisper of wind through the trees. "Isolde, every breath I take is a reminder of your absence. Every moment apart is a dagger in my heart." Oh, how the tension crackled like the air before a storm, the energy palpable, igniting the very ground beneath us. And in that moment, the weight of their unfulfilled love threatened to shatter the fragile tranquility of the night, each word a step closer to catastrophe. I knew it, felt it in my bones, the inevitable clash of desire and duty, a collision that would leave no victor, only shattered dreams and broken hearts. As the moon watched, a silent witness to their plight, Tristan's resolve wavered. Betrayal lurked in the corners of his mind, a seductive whisper coaxing him to forsake his king for the woman whose name was etched into his soul. "What is loyalty but a phantom, a shadow that fades in the light of true love?" he murmured, each word a fragile thread binding him closer to Isolde. But the world was a cruel place, and I could see the shadows of betrayal creeping in, threatening to consume them whole. Love, as beautiful as it was, had a sinister edge, sharp enough to slice through the bonds of loyalty, leaving devastation in its path. And there we stood, on the precipice of a choice, hearts racing, breaths shallow, futures uncertain. The night stretched around us, vast and ominous, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable, the tragic romance that was to unfold. I could feel the tension in the air, thick enough to choke on, the weight of decisions not yet made pressing down on us like the darkest of clouds. Their eyes locked, and in the silence, I understood, love was both a sanctuary and a trap, a fire that could warm the coldest of nights but also burn everything to cinders. Tristan and Isolde, two souls intertwined, danced dangerously close to the edge of oblivion, and we were all helpless witnesses, suspended in that moment of exquisite agony, as the clock ticked down toward their fate. The air was thick with silence, so palpable it felt like a living thing, wrapping around each breath, squeezing tighter. In the shadowed corners of the underworld, a chill crept along the ground, whispering secrets of love forged in darkness and despair. The throne room of Hades was a vast abyss, its obsidian walls echoing the hollow thuds of a heart breaking, his heart, heavy with regret, a tremor of uncertainty sparking in the depths of his soul. I remember the moment she vanished, the way the world slipped into monochrome. One moment, she was there, her laughter like a summer breeze, light and free. The next, she was swallowed by the earth, a dark chasm that opened beneath her feet. Persephone, with her crown of spring blossoms, now trapped in the coils of fate. The flowers had wilted in my hand as I reached for her, the vibrant hues fading to grey, a cruel reflection of my heart. He stood there, Hades, the lord of the underworld, an enigma of shadows and whispered fears. His eyes, dark like endless nights, held a storm of emotions, longing, anguish, and a flicker of something else, something tender buried beneath layers of cold. I was a witness to the turmoil that raged within him, his love a double-edged sword, fierce yet destructive. He was the keeper of forgotten souls, yet here he was, desperate to hold on to the one who illuminated his dark existence. "Persephone," he murmured, voice low and gravelly, as if saying her name could conjure her back from the depths. Each syllable carried the weight of eternity, a plea wrapped in sorrow. He was both the captor and the captive, caught in a web of emotions that tangled around him like the roots of the ancient trees above. He was a king, yet so painfully alone. But what of her? The goddess torn between two worlds, her heart a battlefield. Persephone, with eyes like emeralds, once bright with the promise of rebirth, now clouded with uncertainty. She had known the joy of spring, the radiant warmth of the sun on her skin, the laughter of flowers blooming in her wake. Each petal had whispered her name, but now they fell lifeless around her. I remember her, lost and wandering in the desolate expanse of the underworld. Her footsteps echoed, a haunting melody that mixed with the cries of the lost. Each breath was a reminder of the life she had been ripped from, the vibrant world above slipping further from her grasp. She was a spectre in a realm of shadows, her spirit entwined with both despair and the lingering warmth of love. Torn between duty and desire, she felt the pull of the earth above and the darkness below, the cycle of the seasons a cruel reminder of her own divided heart. "What am I without spring?" she cried, voice laced with the sorrow of 1,000 lost blooms. "What am I without the sun?" Her words hung in the air, a challenge to the very fabric of existence. The silence that followed was deafening, a reminder that even in the depths of the underworld, hope could flicker like a dying candle. I watched as Hades approached her, his presence a storm, dark and powerful. "You are more than the seasons, Persephone. You are the heartbeat of the earth, the pulse of life itself." His words were desperate, echoing off the walls like a prayer, a promise wrapped in anguish. "Without you, even the dead feel nothing." But she recoiled, the rawness of their connection both intoxicating and terrifying. "You are my captor, Hades," she breathed, the weight of betrayal hanging between them like a shroud. "How can I love you when you stole my freedom?" Each word cut deeper, the truth slashing through the illusion of devotion. He reached for her, fingers brushing against her arm, and it felt electric, a jolt that sent shivers through the air. But she was a flame, flickering in the wind, always just beyond his reach. "I never meant for you to suffer," he confessed, his voice a low rumble, anguish trembling beneath the surface. "I am a monster, yes, but I love you. I love you in a way that feels like a curse." A silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken words. The shadows danced, flickering like memories in the corners of the room. I felt the tension crackle in the air, two souls bound by desire and anguish, each dragging the other deeper into their respective abysses. Hades, the ruler of the dead, and Persephone, the goddess of spring, their love was a morbid dance, a spiral of yearning and despair. "I remember the day you took me," Persephone whispered, her voice trembling like leaves caught in an autumn gale. "I remember how the earth trembled beneath my feet, how the sky wept for me. I was innocent, naive, and you turned my world to ash." Hades stepped back, the weight of her accusation a physical blow. "I can't change what I am," he said, voice raw, "but I can offer you my heart. It's a dark place, filled with echoes of the lost, yet it beats for you." The room pulsed with emotion, a living, breathing entity caught in the moment. I felt the air shift, the atmosphere crackle like summer lightning as their eyes locked, a tempest of love and rage, fear and longing, binding them together, yet tearing them apart. Two halves of a broken whole, I thought, as the scene unfolded, a heart-wrenching tableau of love twisted by circumstance. Their souls danced around each other, moving closer, then retreating, the push and pull of desire as intoxicating as it was destructive. And outside, the seasons changed. The earth above, oblivious and unyielding, carried on, spring blooming into summer, while the underworld remained a prison of shadows and regrets. I felt the tension rising, a silent countdown to an inevitable confrontation, the threads of fate tightening around them like a noose. "Will you let me go?" Persephone asked, her voice trembling, a fragile bird caught in a storm. "Or will you keep me here, in this dark, forgotten place?" Hades faltered, his heart a stormy sea, crashing against the rocks of reality. "I can't lose you, Persephone. Not again. Not ever." The silence that met his words was suffocating, a void that swallowed everything whole. The truth dangled in the air, unresolved and burning, a testament to the duality of love and seasons. A love that could nurture yet destroy, bring life yet steal it away. I felt the heartbeat of the earth beneath me, the rhythm of two souls entwined, caught in a web of passion and pain, a love story that echoed through eternity, a haunting melody of longing that would never truly end. No resolution, no closure, just the infinite dance of shadow and light, a cycle unbroken, forever entwined in the fabric of existence. The cold sweat of doubt dripped from Pygmalion's brow as he stood before the lifeless statue, the moonlight casting long shadows across the empty hall. Heart pounding, he reached out, fingers trembling. The marble was smooth, too cold, a perfect imitation of flesh, yet devoid of breath, of warmth. "Galatea," he whispered, voice breaking as if the name itself was a fragile thread connecting him to sanity. "I've sculpted you from my dreams, yet you remain a prisoner in this stone." He remembered the long night spent chiseling away at the unyielding rock, heartache translating into every precise stroke, a lover's touch dedicated solely to a vision of perfection. As if by will alone, he had carved her softness, her beauty, a goddess fashioned from desperation. But now, the weight of his creation bore down on him, a crushing silence echoing in the vast emptiness of the room. Did love exist in the hollow shell of a statue, or was it merely the fading echo of his own longing? "Is this what you wished for?" he murmured, the words ricocheting painfully against the walls. The statue, eternally still, offered no reply, only the mocking brightness of her unblinking eyes. In that moment of raw despair, he understood something profound. He was alone. His heart thrashed against his ribcage, a wild creature desperate for release, and he could almost hear it scream as Galatea remained untouched by life, forever fixed in a silent embrace of stone. In the dim light, it was easy to imagine a pulse beneath the marble, his imagination betraying him. The fantasy wrapped around him, a veil so thick it suffocated. "I need you to live," he breathed, desperation spilling outwards like a flood. "I need you to feel." Then came a silence so profound that time itself seemed to shudder. The shadows stirred as if alive, curling around him, taunting him with memories of laughter and warmth, of human touch. He remembered fleeting moments too precious to hold, faces bright with joy, the innocent whispers of love, and the bitter sting of rejection. How could he have thought that love could be sculpted, cast in stone like a trinket? How naive, how foolish to believe that art could breathe without a soul behind it. The clock ticked, its rhythm an incessant reminder of his failure. Each tick, a heartbeat of fate mocking him. "I remember," he began, words worming their way out like confessions, "the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was lost. I was a fool, your beauty an intoxicating poison." He could still see her smile, bright and flawless, a ghost haunting the edges of his mind. But this was no fairy tale, no prince would awaken a sleeping beauty with a kiss. Instead, he stood a mere mortal, wrestling with the bitter truth that he had forged a dream yet not the reality. Pygmalion, the voice was soft, like the rustling of leaves in a forgotten forest, yet it struck him with the force of thunder. He spun, heart racing, eyes wild with disbelief. Was it his mind playing tricks? The shadows danced, twisting into forms he could not understand. "Pygmalion, you think you are alone?" "Who's there?" he asked, trembling with fear and excitement. The air thickened, laced with the scent of magic and longing. Darkness swirled around him, and for a moment, he felt her presence deep in his bones. It was as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for him to grasp the truth lurking in the shadows. "I am Galatea, but I am more than your creation," she whispered, her voice echoing like a forgotten lullaby. "You breathed life into me, yet here I am, bound between worlds. You must choose, continue to live in this delusion, or risk it all to set me free." Reality warped, and Pygmalion's heart twisted with raw emotion. "You're not real," he shouted, anger surging through him, fueled by pain and betrayal. "You are just a reflection of what I wanted, nothing more." Or perhaps, she teased, her tone both playful and haunting, "you are afraid to confront what you truly desire. What is love if not a gamble, a leap into the unknown?" The shadows around him darkened, and the air crackled with the energy of dreams colliding with despair. He felt the ground shift beneath him as he stood on the precipice of realization, longing and fear battling within. "I remember the warmth of your laughter, the elegance of your being," he confessed, voice quivering. "But how can I trust a figment of my imagination?" The clock ticked louder now, a metronome of urgency, as Galatea stepped closer, her form flickering in and out of solidity, a mirage he could almost touch. "Trust in the chaos of creation," she replied, and in her voice, he heard the echoes of possibility. With every heartbeat, the tension built, a frayed string pulled taut, threatening to snap. "But what if I lose you?" His voice cracked, vulnerability spilling from his lips. "Sometimes, love is the risk of losing oneself in another," she responded, her marble facade shimmering as if alive. "You have the power to shatter the barriers between us. What will you choose?" A thunderous roar erupted in his chest, a storm of emotion swirling, fear clashed against hope, and despair against the yearning for connection. Pygmalion stood at the edge of creation itself, the air thick with the weight of his choices. He felt the gravity of her gaze, the pull of her spirit, urging him to reach further into the abyss of uncertainty. "Galatea," he breathed, eyes wide, heart racing. "I am terrified." The shadows thickened, wrapping him in their cold embrace, as the night whispered secrets and beckoned him to take that final leap into the unknown. And in that moment, with the echoes of doubt battling against the fervor of hope, love hung in the balance, alive, raw, and achingly beautiful. Pygmalion raised his hand, trembling, a mere breath away from touching the stone that had become so much more. The clock continued its relentless ticking, but time no longer mattered. The world faded, leaving only the two of them, caught in a web that shimmered with the promise of life, of creation, of love's raw, unyielding power. The air crackled with a tension that could only be described as palpable. It hung like a heavy shroud, an omen of what was to come. Psyche stood at the edge of the abyss, the cliffs towering behind her, their jagged teeth ready to bite. She felt the wind whip past her face, cold and unforgiving, echoing her tumultuous heart. A swirl of emotions crashed within her, a tempest of anxiety, longing, and profound despair. It was as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the next moment to unfold. She had seen glimpses of a love so pure, so incandescent, but now it felt like flickering embers in a bitter wind. "I remember the warmth of his touch," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread woven through the haunting silence. "I remember the way he looked at me, as if I was the sun and he was the night, drawn to me yet terrified of being consumed." Her heart raced, pounding against her ribs like a caged beast desperate to escape. In every heartbeat, there was a memory, his laughter, the way he brushed a strand of hair from her face, the intoxicating scent of cedar and rain that lingered after he left. Each recollection was a dagger, cutting deeper as she faced the truth: he was gone. Cupid, the ethereal god of love, stood in the shadows, his heart a battlefield of conflicting desires. He watched her, his Psyche, with haunted eyes. She was the very essence of beauty, a mortal goddess that ignited the cosmos within him, but he had made a tragic choice. "I had to keep her safe," he thought, the words tasting of ash in his mouth. But was it worth sacrificing everything? He remembered their first encounter, the thrill of that moment when their souls first collided, a spark that lit the night sky. But how could he protect her and remain in the dark? How could love flourish without trust? The memory of his mother's warning echoed cruelly in his mind. "Love is a fragile thing, Cupid. Guard it well, for it can be shattered." With every beat, he felt the weight of that warning crush him. Desperation clawed at him, an unrelenting grip that left him breathless. He was supposed to be the god of love, yet here he was isolated, suffocated by the very divinity that had once brought him joy. As Psyche gazed into the depths below, she felt the pull of despair. Would it be easier to leap, she pondered, her heart heavy with sorrow. The darkness beckoned, promising an escape from the pain that gnawed at her soul, yet deep inside, the flicker of hope fought valiantly against the shadows. She could almost hear his voice, a phantom caress that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. "Psyche, you are my heart," he whispered in the recesses of her mind, and for a moment, she believed him. But belief can be a cruel illusion, a cruel joke played by fate. She had lost trust and, with it, lost him. Psyche clenched her fists, the earth cold beneath her fingertips. "I refuse to be a pawn in this game," she vowed, each word a blade cutting through her fear. She would confront him, not as the naive girl who had once bathed in dreams but as a warrior forged in the fires of betrayal. The shadows began to shift, and Cupid emerged, his visage a blend of anguish and longing. Their eyes locked, and the weight of 1,000 unspoken words crashed between them like waves upon a shore. "Psyche," he breathed, the name escaping his lips like a prayer. But she held up her hand, a barrier formed from shards of her broken heart. "You left me," she said, her voice trembling yet fierce, the rawness of her pain echoing in the vast emptiness around them. "You let fear dictate your actions, and I was left to drown in the silence." Her words hung in the air like a storm cloud, dark and heavy, threatening to break. "What do you want from me now? Do you expect me to welcome you back with open arms?" Cupid's heart shattered anew. He was but a ghost of himself, a mere shadow in the haunting light of her fury. "I wanted to protect you," he shouted, desperation pouring from him, an emotion so raw it felt like fire. I thought I was saving you by keeping my distance. Every moment I was away from you was a blade to my heart. Saving me, she scoffed, the bitter taste of betrayal on her tongue. You thought you were saving me by abandoning me? Love thrives on trust, not fear. The wind howled around them, a chorus of anguish and sorrow, amplifying their pain. Psyche stepped closer, her eyes ablaze with the fierceness of a phoenix rising from ashes. I had to learn to love myself without you. I had to find my strength in the darkness you left behind. And suddenly, the world around them faded, the cliffs, the abyss, everything vanished into a void where only their hearts existed, colliding and intertwining like celestial bodies in an eternal dance. Do you still love me? Cupid's voice was a whisper, a fragile plea that felt like a lifeline thrown into a tempest. I remember, she replied, each word laced with emotion, flooding her with memories that danced dangerously close to despair. I remember the way you made me feel alive. I remember the nights we spent wrapped in dreams, you and I, daring the stars to break. But memories are both a balm and a burden, they can heal or wound. The silence between them was thick, a living thing pulsing with unspoken truths. Can we ever find our way back? He asked, his voice breaking under the weight of hope and sorrow. I don't know, she replied, her heart a fragile bird caught in a tempest. But I do know that love demands honesty, not shadows. If we are to rise from this, we must confront the truths that haunt us. In that moment, as the winds howled and the darkness threatened to engulf them, they stood on the precipice of something profound. Time slowed, and the cosmos seemed to hold its breath, waiting for their next move. In the depths of despair and longing, they teetered on the edge of a new beginning, the path ahead uncertain yet shimmering with the promise of true love, a love forged in the fires of pain, yet resilient enough to endure. With hearts entwined, they faced the abyss together, a new dawn on the horizon, kissing the shadows goodbye. And as the first light of understanding began to break, Psyche and Cupid stood, not as mere mortals or gods, but as two souls ready to battle the darkness that had once threatened to consume them. They would find their way, one heartbeat at a time, echoing the promise of a love that would not be extinguished. The air crackled with tension, a silence so thick it felt like a shroud, wrapping around the greening foliage of the woods. Shadows danced in the fading light, deep and elongated, as if the trees themselves held their breath. I stood at the edge of the glade, my heart racing. I remember the way the leaves whispered secrets, rustling restlessly, as if they knew what was about to unfold, a tale drenched in longing, the bitter taste of unfulfilled desire. Apollo, radiant and fierce, strode through the clearing, a god in human skin. The sun caught his golden hair, igniting it like a halo. His eyes, twin pools of longing, searched the horizon. He was the embodiment of light, yet his heart was heavy with shadows. I remember the way he called her name, an incantation, a hymn, Daphne. It echoed like a prayer woven through the branches, lingering in the air, choking the life out of hope. There was desperation in that single word, a kind of haunting beauty that made the ground beneath me tremble. But she was nowhere to be found. Daphne, wild and unyielding as the wind, had fled into the depths of the forest, a spirit untamed. Her skin glistened like the bark of an ancient tree, and her laughter rang like a melody, a haunting echo of freedom that tugged at the very fibers of Apollo's being, yet remained just out of reach. I remember the way she danced through the thickets, a fleeting spectre, her heart pounding to the rhythm of her own defiance. Her beauty was an arrow, piercing through Apollo's heart, but for her, he was a storm, and she was the calm before it. "Why do you run?" he called, his voice breaking, desperation clawing at the edge of his composure. The trees leaned closer, curious witnesses to this tragic ballet. Did they not see? Did they not know? The wind carried his words, twisting them into whispers that slipped through the branches like phantoms. I am not your enemy. I seek only to love you. But love, in its rawest form, can feel like a curse, a betrayal of the soul. I remember the way Daphne's breath quickened, an instinctive response to the heat of his gaze. She was torn, her heart a battlefield where desire clashed with the need for freedom. I do not want your love, she shouted, each word a dagger. Her voice rang out, sharp and crystalline, cutting through the twilight. You are not my savior. You are the chains that bind me. The air between them crackled with electric despair, a tension that threatened to engulf everything. I felt it deep within me, the clash of longing and repulsion, a force so powerful it seemed to reverberate through the very ground. I remember how time slowed in that moment, each heartbeat stretching into eternity, a cruel reminder of their fate, a dance forever out of sync. In her eyes, I saw the flicker of fear, the primal instinct to flee, a fight for autonomy against the intoxicating lure of his light. She was not a prize to be won, but a spirit to be set free. As she turned to escape, the woods held their breath. I could see it, the raw, visceral pain etched across Apollo's face, a reflection of every wounded moment he had ever endured. His heart, an open wound, bled a desperate hope that seemed to bleed life itself. "Daphne," he cried again, a plea that hung in the air, heavy and sorrowful. The shadows deepened around him, the world turned dark and foreboding. He reached out, not for her but for the fleeting essence of what could never be, a love that was both a balm and a torment. The ground quaked beneath him, a foreshadowing of the chaos that was to come. In the distance, she felt the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a warning that urged her to run faster. I remember her fear, the weight of it pressing down like a suffocating fog. She was the wildflower, growing in a world that wanted to cage her, and he, the sun, threatening to scorch her delicate petals. "I will not be yours," she screamed, the words tearing from her throat like a wildfire. But Apollo was relentless, his heart too fiercely alive to let her go. I felt the pull, the magnetic force of his desire, the way he was both love and despair wrapped in one. The forest shuddered at the intensity of it, the very trees seeming to lean in, anxious to hear who would falter first. In a moment of reckless abandon, Apollo took a step forward, desperation fueling his every movement. But with each stride, he could almost taste her freedom slipping away. "What must I do?" he shouted, anguish tinging his voice, echoing through the trees like a haunting lament. "What must I sacrifice to make you see?" And then, in a heartbeat that shattered all reason, Daphne felt the weight of her own truth. It was not just the fear of being possessed, it was the realization that love could transform into something dark, something that could consume them both. I remember when she stumbled upon the sacred water, the river, glistening like molten silver, a promise of transformation. It beckoned to her, and in that moment, she made her choice. "Take me, O mighty river! Let me be free," she cried, plunging into the depths of the cool embrace, the water swirling around her as if welcoming her home. The surface broke, and I could feel the rush, the urgency of her escape. Apollo stood frozen, a statue of heartbreak, the realization crashing over him like thunder. He had chased the sun, only to watch it slip through his fingers, a flame extinguished by the very water that had promised life. The world around him dissolved, shadows closing in, as time stretched into an agonizing eternity. His heart, once a vibrant pulse, became a cacophony of despair. In that moment, I felt their pain echo within me, two souls entwined in a dance of longing, each step a painful reminder of what could never be. The forest groaned, a living testament to their torment, the sky weeping for a love that had turned to ashes. Even as I watched, the boundaries of their destinies blurred, as if the cosmos conspired to keep them forever apart. Daphne, transformed, found solace in her new form, while Apollo, a god stripped of his glory, could only stand in the shadows, the light he once held now a flickering ember. The night deepened, an eternal void where love and pain intertwined, each heartbeat a reminder of what was lost. There was no ending to this tale, only the echo of a love unfulfilled, the haunting refrain of unrequited passion that would reverberate through time. And through it all, the glade remained, a witness to their sorrow, a sacred ground where echoes of desire and despair would linger in the air, forever ensnared in the web of their tragic fate. The story would continue, endlessly repeating the cycle of love and loss, entwining them in its merciless embrace. A single drop of rain fell, shattering the stillness of the night, and the world seemed to hold its breath. It struck the cobblestone street, sending ripples through the puddles that had formed like small galaxies in the darkness. I stood there, drenched in the chaos of my own making, my heart pounding like war drums in the distance. The air thick with tension, every breath tinged with longing and despair. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, stood before me, her beauty blinding yet terrifying, like a flame that could burn just as easily as it could warm. Her eyes, two bright stars, glimmered with a fierce intensity, and I felt the weight of her gaze, heavy and suffocating. She was chaos wrapped in silk, a paradox of fierce passion and soft allure. "Do you see what we've become?" she whispered, and the wind carried her voice, soft yet piercing, as if the very night itself lamented our fate. Across the street, Ars loomed in the shadows, a silhouette of raw power, his presence crackling in the air like static electricity before a storm. The god of war, a tempest of muscle and might, his heart beat for battle, yet here he was, caught in a war of a different kind. I could see it in his clenched fists, the tension in his jaw, an unyielding force, yet so vulnerable, teetering on the edge of a precipice. "This isn't what I wanted," he growled, but the fierce determination in his voice was laced with a tremor of fear, fear of losing her, fear of the ruin that passion often leaves in its wake. I remember love, how it burns bright and hot, like a wildfire consuming everything in its path. But love can turn savage, morph into something monstrous, leaving behind ashes and echoes. The night was alive with memories, fragments of laughter and sweet nothings that had become weapons of mass destruction. I breathed in the scent of rain-soaked earth, and it reminded me of the night we first met, Aphrodite, dressed in the night sky, and Ars, the storm that followed her. "Do you remember?" she asked, her voice dipping into nostalgia, a haunting melody laced with desperation. "Do you remember when we loved without fear? When every kiss was a promise, not a curse?" I could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, a candle fighting against the wind. I wanted to reach for her, to feel the warmth that had once enveloped us, but the chasm between us felt insurmountable. Ars stepped forward, the ground trembling beneath his feet, each stride a silent battle between desire and duty. "It was never simple with you," he said, his voice low and dangerous, a whisper that crackled like fire. "Your love is a battlefield, Aphrodite." I could hear the pain in his words, the raw edge of confusion, but with each syllable, I felt his intensity pull me in deeper, like gravity in an endless void. Aphrodite flinched at his words, and for a moment, the air was thick with silence, an unspoken acknowledgement of the truth that lay bare before us. "And your passion is a weapon," she shot back, her voice rising, a storm of emotion unleashing. "You wield it like a sword, cutting through the fabric of everything we built." And there it was, the heart of the matter, the complexities of passion laid bare. How love can be both a sanctuary and a battlefield. How it can lift you to the highest heights, only to plunge you into the darkest depths. I saw their hearts laid open, raw and bleeding, each pulse a silent scream echoing in the void between them. I remember the way the moon hung low in the sky, a witness to our turmoil. It bathed us in silver light, illuminating the shadows of our fears and regrets. The city around us felt alive, shadows dancing to the rhythm of our conflict. Each heartbeat reverberated through the cobblestones, a drumbeat of a war fought not with weapons, but with words and heartbreak. Aphrodite took a step closer, her lips trembling as if she were about to utter a spell, a confession that could shatter everything, her power, her identity. "I don't want to be a goddess of love if it means losing you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. The vulnerability in her words struck me like a lightning bolt, igniting something deep within me. But Ars, fierce and unyielding, remained steadfast, a rock against the tide of emotion. "And I don't want to be a god of war if it means sacrificing what we have left," he replied, his voice raw, like a wound still fresh and throbbing. "But tell me, can we really have both?" The air crackled with unresolved tension, each word hanging between them like a fragile thread. I could see their hands inching closer, the pull of their connection almost magnetic, but fear held them back. It was a dance of pain and longing, a push and pull that resonated through the very fabric of the universe. I wanted to scream, to shake them out of their uncertainty, to make them see that love was a battlefield, a beautiful, chaotic battlefield, but a battlefield nonetheless. I wanted to tell them that the scars they bore were not marks of weakness but of survival, proof of a love that had weathered storms and emerged, battered but alive. And as the rain began to fall harder, a torrential downpour that mirrored the tempest within, I felt it, the inevitability of the collision, the impending confrontation of love and war. Their souls intertwined, a complex tapestry of passion woven with threads of pain and joy. Each heartbeat echoed in the shadows, a reminder that in this dance of gods, nothing was ever truly simple. "Do you trust me?" Aphrodite whispered, her breath a ghost in the storm, her eyes a plea. And I knew, in that moment, that the real battle lay ahead. A battle fought not with swords or shields, but with the raw, unfiltered truth of who they were, two gods, one love, and an eternity of chaos swirling around them. It was a storm that would rage on, a cycle of passion unbroken, each moment a heartbeat a reminder that love, in all its complexities, was the fiercest war of all. The moon hung low, draping Camelot in a shroud of silver mist, casting shadows that twisted like secrets in the night. I stood there, frozen, heart pounding, watching her from the shadows, Guinevere. The weight of my own desires threatened to crush me. That radiant beauty, wrapped in the velvet of twilight, was my ruin and my salvation. She brushed her fingers against her throat, anxiety painting her features as her eyes darted toward the grand hall, where laughter echoed like chains clinking against stone. I remember the first time our eyes locked, a moment suspended in time, where the world around us faded into the background. It was just a glance, a shared heartbeat, but it ignited a fire that would consume us both. How absurd, I thought, that love could feel so beautiful yet so wrong. The queen, the wife of my king, bore a crown heavy with duty, while my heart was a reckless knight, galloping into battle without armor, unprepared for the consequences. Lancelot. Her voice trembled, a moth caught in the flame of her own longing. I stepped closer, the air thick with unspoken truths. The scent of jasmine clung to her like a memory, intoxicating. You should not be here. The warning in her tone was a dagger, yet it beckoned me like a siren song. Here we were, two souls dancing on the precipice of ruin. I could see the flickering candlelight through the windows, the flickering lives we could have led, the lives we had to forsake. In that moment, the weight of the world pressed down on us, her heart, tethered to Arthur's unwavering loyalty, mine, a ship lost at sea, navigating the storm of passion. Don't you feel it? I murmured, the words slipping from my lips like whispers from a ghost. This pull between us, is it not enough to shatter the chains that bind? My heart raced, and I could feel the thrum of hope. But with each heartbeat came the bitter taste of despair, the knowledge that our love was a treasonous flame in the kingdom of Camelot. As I reached for her hand, an electric spark ignited between us, a connection that roared like the ocean crashing against jagged cliffs. I am not afraid, I breathed, but the truth curled in my gut like a serpent. Afraid of what? Losing her? Losing myself? Or perhaps it was the fear of the truth, that our love, however fierce, would be extinguished by the very light that brought us together. Guinevere's gaze fell to the ground, the weight of her choices pressing on her shoulders. You don't understand, Lancelot. Love is a battlefield, and it is I who will be left in the wreckage. Her voice cracked, and I could feel the earth shift beneath us, the ground trembling with the consequences of our emotions. Time seemed to stretch, the air thickening with unrelenting tension. I stepped closer, and the world spun. But what if we wrote our own story? I breathed, a reckless thought tumbling from my lips. What if we cast aside the shackles of expectation? It was intoxicating, this dream weaved from starlight and shadows. Yet, it was also a treacherous path, strewn with thorns. I remember, she said, the words heavy with a bittersweet ache. I remember the way you looked at me when I first walked into the hall. How could I forget? The memory danced between us, like flickering candlelight. But I am the queen, and you are the knight. Just a knight. My heart thundered at her words, the gravity of the title pressing down on me like a chainmail shirt. I am more than that, Guinevere. I am a man who has loved you since the moment I laid eyes on you. A man who would lay down his sword for a chance at your smile. Tears glimmered in her eyes, reflections of the moonlight that illuminated our despair. What would Arthur think? She whispered, the name of my closest friend tearing at the edges of my heart. What would he do if he knew? A chill raced through me, a haunting realization that our love was a storm waiting to rupture. The weight of our forbidden connection hung above us like a guillotine, waiting to drop. I felt the ghostly fingers of fate tightening around our throats, squeezing, threatening to choke the very life from us. I don't care, I snapped, feeling the raw edge of desperation cut through my words. Let him know. Let the world burn in the flames of our love. But love is not enough, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, the heartbreak in her eyes echoing across the chasm that separated us. You think it's so simple? Love will not shield us from the consequences, Lancelot. It will only lead to our ruin. And yet, her hand slid into mine, the warmth igniting the shadows of doubt that lurked in the corners of my mind. It was a fragile moment, a flickering flame fighting against the winds of reality. The clock tower rang, each chime echoing like the beat of my heart, reminding us of the moment slipping away. I leaned closer, our foreheads almost touching, breathing the same air, drowning in the intoxicating scent of her presence. Then let's be ruined together, I murmured, the words spilling from my lips like a confession. I would rather face the darkness with you than live in a world where you are not by my side. In that instant, time froze, the world narrowing until it was just us, lost in the depths of each other's gaze. The shadows danced around us, a whirlwind of dreams and nightmares colliding in a silent symphony of longing. But the spectre of Arthur loomed behind us, a spectre of duty, honor, and loyalty that threatened to shatter the fragile glass of our moment. The walls of Camelot whispered reminders of our betrayal, of the price of passion. And as the final chime of the clock echoed through the air, the reality of our choices began to seep in. Yet, we were bound, by fate, by heart, by a love so fierce it could burn down kingdoms. And as I leaned in, capturing the sweet taste of hope against the bitter pang of despair, I knew. The battle wasn't over, it had only just begun. And in the heart of the storm, amid love's chaos, we stood resolute, ready to face the world. Ready to fight. Ready to love. The night is thick with an air heavy enough to choke, a palpable tension that sends shivers down the spine of every soul lingering in Carthage. I can hear the whispers, soft as ghostly sighs, echoing through the moonlit streets. Love and betrayal chase each other through the alleys, hand in hand like mischievous children. There's a storm brewing, not in the heavens above, but in the hearts of two tormented souls, where destiny plays its cruel hand. Dido stands on the palace balcony, the cool stone biting against her bare feet, her heart a tempest of longing and despair. The city sprawls beneath her, a kingdom she built from ashes, a throne she fashioned from her own grief. I remember the flicker of hope in her eyes when Aeneas first arrived, the rugged hero with tales of valor stitched into his very being. I remember how she held her breath, captivated, as if the universe had conspired to deliver him to her shores. But hope, like glass, is fragile. She can sense it now, the glass cracking beneath the weight of an unseen force, the wind shifting ominously. Aeneas, standing beneath her, is a silhouette against the fading light, a man torn between duty and desire, between the love he feels and the destiny he cannot escape. Have you no heart? She calls down, her voice a blend of fury and anguish, echoing in the stillness of the night. The words slice through the darkness, sharp and cruel, each syllable a dagger aimed straight at his chest. Dido, he replies, his voice strained, caught in a net of conflicting emotions. You know I must leave. The weight of those words hangs heavy, thickening the air until it's suffocating. There's a desperation in his eyes, a flicker of regret battling against the resolve forged by the gods. It is not my choice. But what choice, really, exists in a world where fate is an unyielding master? I've seen it in their eyes, the flickering shadows of hope and despair battling for supremacy. Aeneas is a warrior, forged in the fires of Troy, but here he stands, a man debilitated by love. Dido, the fierce queen, is not just a ruler, she is a woman scorned, a heart laid bare before him, open and raw. And yet, her voice grows softer, a whisper caught in the winds of fate. I gave you my everything, she says, the ache palpable, heavy as a stone. What do the gods want from me? She leans over the balcony, her grip trembling, the weight of her heart pulling her closer to the edge. You were my light. Without you, I am nothing but a shadow. Aeneas's gaze falters, the love that once lit his soul now twisted into something dark and bitter. You are everything, he breathes, but the words feel hollow, a cruel echo of a promise he cannot keep. But I am bound for Italy. A shudder runs through her, a momentary crack in her armor. She steps back, her breath catching like a thief in the night. Bound. The word is a curse, a chain wrapped around her heart, pulling tight until she gasps for relief. Bound to what? To a destiny that does not include me? This city, my heart, it was built for you. She can feel the walls of her kingdom closing in, the echoes of her own heartache reverberating against the stone. Is this how you repay my love? With betrayal. He reaches for her, fingers stretching out, desperate for connection, but the distance between them feels insurmountable. I never meant to hurt you. His voice is raw, a rasp of despair that could crumble mountains. But my path has been carved by the gods. Gods, she laughs, a bitter sound that cuts through the darkness like glass breaking. What do they know of love? They sit atop Olympus, laughing at our suffering, our broken dreams. You are a pawn in their game, Aeneas. A puppet dancing to their whims. The moonlight catches her face, illuminating the fierce beauty of her despair. She is a tempest, a wild force of nature, and he is but a man caught in her storm. I can see the turmoil raging within him, the conflict of a heart in chains. The love he feels for Dido is like a fire that can't be tamed, yet duty pulls him like a relentless tide, dragging him away from her shores. I remember, she starts, her voice cracking, the weight of memories flooding back. I remember the laughter, the nights we danced under the stars. I remember the warmth of your touch, the promise in your kiss. Each word is a stab to her heart, each memory a reminder of what is slipping away. And now, all I have is this betrayal. You will leave me, and I will be adrift, lost in a sea of darkness. He steps forward, the ground trembling beneath him, each step a declaration of his torn soul. I will always carry you with me, Dido. Every battle, every conquest, I will fight with you in my heart. But those words are not enough, they are the echoes of a love that cannot rewrite the script of the cosmos. And in that moment, the air thickens, coiling around them like a serpent ready to strike. The shadows lengthen, and the city watches, breathless. Carthage is a silent witness, cradling their love, their betrayal, as if the very stones are mourning. The inevitable pulls them, a cosmic force no one can deny. They stand on the precipice of fate, hearts drumming in rhythm with the ticking clock of destiny, the universe hanging on the edge of a knife. What will become of them? What remains when love collides with the unyielding weight of destiny? The stars shimmer above, indifferent to their plight, a tapestry of dreams and despair woven into the night. As the shadows deepen, every heartbeat resonates with the fervor of souls at war, an eternal dance of passion and sorrow. And in the darkness, two souls are bound together, caught in a spiral of love and betrayal, as the clock ticks down to the inevitable conclusion, a haunting reminder that destiny, although cruel, is the only truth that binds them. The air was thick with the scent of burnt offerings, an ethereal haze wrapping around the sacred fire that flickered like a heartbeat. Shadows danced upon the stone walls of the temple, flickering shapes that bobbed and swayed in a rhythm known only to the gods. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, my heart pounding against my ribs like a restless spirit desperate to break free. The world felt impossibly still, a silence so profound it echoed with the whispers of the past, and the question hung there, heavy, as if the universe itself awaited an answer: what binds love to the soul beyond the veil of death? Kali, fierce and magnificent, stood at the altar, her dark skin shimmering with the glow of the flames, a goddess both terrifying and beautiful, the embodiment of destruction and rebirth. I watched as she lifted her sword, the sharp blade glinting ominously, her eyes burning with a ferocity that pierced through the fabric of reality. But beneath that tempest, I sensed a tremor, a vulnerability that made my heart ache. She was not just a goddess, she was a woman who had loved and lost, a being who teetered on the edge of madness, her grief and rage an intoxicating potion brewed from the ashes of her lover. And Shiva, the lord of destruction and transformation, the cosmic dancer, lay in the shadows of the temple, his form shrouded in mystery. His silence was a gaping maw, swallowing the air around him, yet it resonated with the unspoken agony of a lover torn apart by fate. I recalled the tales, the legends of their union, how their souls intertwined like threads of fate, creating a tapestry vibrant with passion and sorrow. But now, his essence lingered like smoke in the air, haunting yet beautiful, a reminder that love can bind us, even in death. It was at that moment the ground trembled, a low rumble that echoed through the stone floors, a reminder that the world was alive, pulsing with the energy of 1,000 souls. I felt it in my bones, a visceral connection to the divine drama unfolding before me. Callie's scream, raw and primal, shattered the silence, an anguished wail that reached into the very depths of the cosmos, summoning Shiva from the shadows. In that scream, I felt the world shatter and realign, an explosion of emotions that painted the sky in hues of despair and longing. I remember, she cried, her voice reverberating in my heart. I remember the promise of eternity, the whispers of love that transcended time. You were my everything, and yet here I stand, a spectre of wrath and sorrow, cursed to roam this earth without you. Her beauty, fierce yet fragile, was a stark contrast to the chaos that raged within her. She was a whirlwind, a tempest of emotion spiraling out of control, and I couldn't help but feel the weight of her anguish. It wrapped around me like tendrils of mist, a suffocating shroud that pressed against my chest. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but the intensity of her presence pulled me back into the shadows. And then, amidst the chaos, Shiva emerged. His form was a blend of strength and grace, a paradox of destruction and creation. The moment their eyes locked, the air crackled with tension, an electric charge that sent shivers down my spine. Time seemed to dilate, each heartbeat resonating with the weight of their shared memories, their boundless love woven into the very fabric of existence. "Do you not see?" he murmured, his voice a soft melody that cut through the chaos. "We are intertwined, Callie. Even in death, my love for you burns brighter than the sun, an eternal flame that will never extinguish." As he stepped closer, the shadows shifted around him, and I felt the world close in, the temple walls collapsing into the abyss of their shared history. I could see flashes of their past, laughter echoing through the halls of time, stolen glances beneath the moonlight, the warmth of their bodies entwined as they danced in the ethereal glow of the universe. Every moment was a painting, vivid and alive, yet tinged with the sadness of what had been lost. I was the destruction you craved, a siren in your storm, Callie breathed, tears glistening like dew in her eyes. But this love, it has become my prison. I wield my sword against the world, yet I am the one who is trapped, bound by the chains of memory, haunted by your ghost. The tension surged like waves crashing against the shore, each confession drawing them closer, yet the distance between them felt insurmountable, a chasm carved by grief and rage. Time seemed to tremble, caught in the throes of their pain, each heartbeat a reminder that love was both a weapon and a balm, capable of healing yet equally devastating. The storm within Callie swelled, a tempest of emotions that threatened to consume her. "You left me behind," she screamed, her voice breaking like glass, shards of sorrow scattered into the void. "You left me to wear the mask of a goddess when all I wanted was to be your lover, free from the shackles of fate." Shiva's expression shifted, a mixture of tenderness and sorrow washing over his features. "But you were never meant to wear a mask, my love. You are the creator and the destroyer, the embodiment of life and death. Even now, I feel your essence coursing through the veins of the universe. We are bound by something greater than ourselves." A silence enveloped them, thick and palpable, a moment where time ceased to exist. The shadows whispered secrets, the flames flickered in anticipation, and I felt the weight of their longing, an eternal dance of love and loss that reverberated through the very fabric of existence. Callie's gaze pierced through the darkness, her eyes aflame with a strength that was both terrifying and beautiful. "Then let us defy the very nature of existence," she whispered, a challenge hanging in the air like an unfinished song. "Let our love transcend death. Let us become the legends whispered about in the corners of the cosmos." The world around me shifted, reality bending under the weight of their emotions, and I stood transfixed, caught in the web of their love, a love that transcended the boundaries of life and death, a force so raw it threatened to consume everything in its path. And just like that, the story spiraled, twisting into the heart of darkness and light, the echoes of their love resonating through the ages, an eternal circle that would never truly end. The confrontation loomed, a cacophony of emotions building toward a climax that felt inevitable, like the approach of a storm on the horizon. The cosmic dance of Callie and Shiva continued, weaving through the tapestry of time, a haunting melody that would echo through the ages, leaving a trail of longing in its wake. The moon hung high, a silent witness in the night sky, casting its ghostly glow over Ithaca. Shadows danced across the stone walls of the palace, flickering like the heartbeat of a restless soul. I stood there, in the heart of that ancient home, the echoes of laughter and sorrow mixing like perfume spilled across a forgotten table. The air tasted of salt and longing, a bittersweet reminder that love could be both a sanctuary and a prison. Penelope sat by the loom, her fingers deftly weaving threads, yet her mind was a storm, tangled and frayed. Each pass of the shuttle was a prayer, each knot a promise of fidelity. I remember, she whispered, her voice barely rising above the whisper of the wind. I remember his touch, that first embrace, the way he breathed life into my empty days. Her heart was a locked chest, filled with memories, yet haunted by the specter of absence. Time curled around her like a serpent, tightening its grip with each passing moment. Outside, the laughter of suitors echoed, mocking her solitude, filling the halls with a cacophony of betrayal. They thought her weak, a flower wilting in their unwanted sun. But they did not know the roots of her resolve ran deep. "Stay strong, my heart," she murmured, clutching the loom tighter as if it were a lifeline. "He will come back," he promised. Yet, doubt crept in, a shadow lurking in the corners of her mind. How long could she wait? Was the promise of his return a cruel joke played by the gods? Across the sea, Odysseus fought against the currents of fate. Each wave was a reminder of his journey, a memory that cut deeper than any sword. Alone in the belly of a wooden beast, he wrestled with the ghosts of his past. I remember, he grunted, sweat mixing with the salt of the ocean. I remember her laugh, the way it lit up the darkest corners of my heart. But the weight of his memories was a double-edged sword, smearing the brightness of those moments with the blood of battle and loss. The Cyclops, the Sirens, the endless nights spent in the embrace of lonely stars, each struggle felt like a cruel twist of fate meant to keep him from her. They test me, he thought, rage bubbling beneath the surface, but my love is stronger than any curse. He clutched the hilt of his sword, the cold metal grounding him in a reality that felt like a fever dream. He had to return. Ithaca was more than a place, it was a promise, a vow spoken long ago in the light of a dying sun. Back in the palace, Penelope's resolve began to fray. The suitors grew bolder, their laughter more invasive, their eyes filled with expectation and desire. "What is a woman to a sea?" one of them jeered, the challenger dagger aimed at her heart. She tightened her grip on the loom, the threads biting into her palms as if they shared in her pain. "I am not your prize to be won," she retorted, her voice trembling with a fury that surprised even herself. "I am the keeper of his memory, the guardian of his name." But doubt gnawed at her resolve. She watched them, the arrogance etched on their faces, and felt her strength waver. Was she truly a fortress, or merely a crumbling wall? Her heart raced with the urgency of a clock ticking down to its final seconds. "Hold on," she whispered, as if the words themselves could fortify her spirit. "He will come." And Odysseus, amidst the chaos of war and chance, began to unravel the threads of his own despair. Each battle fought was a step closer to her, yet the distance felt insurmountable, a chasm filled with despair. "I need her," he growled, the words bursting from him like a tempest. He could feel her presence, a warmth, a light guiding him through the darkest of nights. "I will not let the gods have their way. I am more than a pawn in this game." The wind howled around him, a haunting song that whispered of home and longing. He closed his eyes, envisioning her face, her laughter echoing like a beautiful melody in his ears. Every heartbeat pulsed with a singular purpose: return to Penelope, return before the threads of fate could weave them apart forever. Yet the cosmos held a cruel smile as days turned into weeks and weeks into months. Penelope, with her unwavering patience, began to feel the cracks in her heart widen. "I remember," she breathed, the words catching in her throat, "I remember the taste of hope, but it's becoming bitter." Each evening, she stood by the window, staring into the dark abyss that swallowed the horizon, waiting for the flicker of light that would signal his return. "Where are you, my love?" she cried into the void, her voice shattering against the silence, a lament for the lost. And Odysseus, wrestling with the fates, felt her call, a tether pulling him through the murky depths of despair. "I am coming, Penelope," he whispered into the abyss, the declaration a promise bound by the threads of his heart. The gods may toy with him, but love was a force beyond their reach. Their stories entwined, two hearts beating across the vast expanse of land and sea. Each moment a test of will, each memory a lifeline. The suitors circled like vultures, sensing weakness, sensing the cracks in her armor. But I am stronger than they know, she thought, as she wove and unwove the strands of her life. I am the tide that will not recede. The night deepened, filled with whispers of the past and echoes of the future. Time ticked on, relentless and cruel, weaving their fates together in a tapestry of hope and heartbreak. The loom spun, the waves crashed, and love remained the only constant, a beacon in the abyss, a light that flickered defiantly against the encroaching darkness. And so, they waited, Odysseus, the warrior, the wanderer, and Penelope, the steadfast queen, their hearts tethered by the invisible thread of love. The world around them shimmered with possibility and despair, a reminder that loyalty and patience could weather any storm. But what awaited them on the horizon, only time would tell. In the silence of that night, with the moon a solemn witness, their destinies hung in the balance, poised for a confrontation that would shake the very fabric of their existence. The air hung thick, oppressive, as if the entire universe held its breath. A dark, swirling cloud loomed overhead, crackling with energy, humming with the tension of a million unspoken words. Beneath it, the ground trembled, not from the force of nature but from the weight of hearts burdened by fear and longing. I stood there, transfixed, as two figures flickered like shadows in the dying light, yin and yang, each a reflection of the other yet forever at odds. Yin, the embodiment of darkness, clad in flowing robes that whispered secrets of the night. Her eyes held a depth that could drown the strongest swimmer, a cosmic abyss where sorrow and longing intertwined. Every breath she took felt like a crack in the fabric of existence, a reminder that love can be as devastating as it is beautiful. She reached for Yang, her fingers trembling, as if the mere touch would ignite the stars. Yang, bright and fierce, radiated warmth like the sun itself, yet his heart was a battlefield, torn between duty and desire. In his chest, a storm raged, filled with the fiery passion of creation, yet tinged with the fear of destruction. "Why do you linger, Yin?" he demanded, voice thick with unspoken ache. "Why do you haunt my every thought?" The air crackled between them, electric and sharp. I felt it, a pulse, a rhythm that echoed through my veins, a reminder that love, in its purest form, is both a gift and a curse. Yin's silence hung like a blade, poised to drop. She was not just the darkness, she was the void, the fear of the unknown, the space where hope and despair danced a twisted waltz. "I remember," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody, "the first time we met, the stars we conjured from nothingness." Her words floated like smoke, curling and twisting in the air, bringing with them the scent of memories long buried. You, the flame, and I, the shadow. Together, we forged a universe. But now we are lost. The ground beneath us trembled again, a warning, a reminder of the fragility of balance. The love they once shared had splintered, leaving jagged edges that cut deep. With each passing moment, the darkness threatened to consume them both, shadows creeping closer, hungry for the light. Yang stepped forward, his resolve hardening, a fire igniting in the depths of his soul. "I won't let the darkness take you," he declared, voice rising like a battle cry, vibrant and raw. But the words were a double-edged sword. Was he fighting for her, or against her? The line blurred, love and fear intertwined in a deadly dance. In that chaotic moment, I could see the fracture lines etched in their souls, a mirror reflecting the struggle of existence itself. Every heartbeat was a reminder of the battle they waged, not just against one another, but within themselves. The sky darkened further, a monstrous canvas painted with the colors of their discord. "Why do you fear what you cannot control?" Yin's voice, softer now, trembled as if she were holding back an ocean of emotions. "You love the chaos, don't you? The unpredictability of it all." Yang's eyes narrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. "But chaos without control is destruction. I will not become the very thing that tears us apart." Every word resonated, echoing the timeless struggle between creation and destruction, light and dark. It was a battle as old as time, a cosmic dance that spun the universe into its chaotic glory. I could feel the weight of their sorrow, their fear, their unyielding love. The world around them pulsed with the intensity of their emotions, shadows creeping closer, ready to engulf them whole. "Yin, listen to me." He reached out, desperation etched into every line of his being. We are two halves of a whole. Without you, I am nothing but a hollow flame, flickering in the void. Her eyes glistened, reflecting the tumult of the storm above, the eternal struggle that defined their existence. And without you, I am merely a shadow, lost in the night. Time slowed, the universe holding its breath as the two stood on the precipice of understanding. The tension crackled like electricity, palpable and raw. In that moment, everything shattered, their fears, their doubts, their love, all laid bare under the cosmic gaze of destiny. Do you truly want to fight this fight? I could feel her pain, the weight of the past looming like a ghost. Do you truly want to face the darkness with me? Yang's voice was stronger now, a fierce determination igniting in his heart. I will face the darkness, but only with you by my side. We must embrace our duality, yin. Together, we can create a new world. Every word hung in the air, heavy with promise and fear. The shadows, once menacing, seemed to draw closer, as if drawn to the purity of their connection. Flickers of light danced between them, a fragile thread weaving their destinies together. Yet, the storm raged on, relentless. As the tempest of emotion swirled around them, I felt the pulse quicken, the urgency of their union palpable. They were caught in the grip of creation and destruction, of light and dark, a perfect balance yet teetering on the edge of chaos. And as their hands finally touched, igniting a spark that could illuminate the darkest of nights, the entire universe trembled in anticipation. The shadows writhed, the heavens roared, and in that moment, I understood, love is both a weapon and a shield, a force that can bind together or tear apart. With every heartbeat, the world spun on its axis, an eternal cycle of creation and destruction, love and loss. Together, they could dance through the chaos, but at what cost? As the storm raged on, I felt the weight of their choices pressing against me like the shadows that whispered, always just out of reach, always hungry for more. The night was a canvas of shadows, and the moon hung like a silent observer, an eerie witness to a love so fervent it could ignite the very air. I remember the moment as if it were a painting smeared with the hues of madness and longing. Heloise stood at the edge of the cloister, her breath mingling with the cool mist, the tension palpable, crackling like distant thunder. Each heartbeat echoed in her chest, a relentless reminder of the risk that lay ahead. The world around her faded, every whisper of the night swallowed by the tempest brewing inside. Abelard, a figure of contradictions, with his brilliance anchored in flawed humanity, felt the tremor of his own heart as he approached. The flicker of candlelight danced in the depths of his dark, searching eyes, shadows casting doubts that battled with the fire of desire. He was a scholar, but tonight, he was a man on the brink of surrender. Every step he took felt like a perilous leap, a dance with fate that could obliterate everything. Heloise, with her wild curls and fierce intelligence, pulled him like gravity itself, though they both knew the chasm that lay between them, society's binds, familial expectations, the chains of a world that would never understand. I remember the first time we spoke, she whispered, voice trembling with the weight of nostalgia. You were a storm, and I was the earth, longing to be torn apart by your thunder. Each word dripped with longing, a sweet ache that twisted in the air, leaving them breathless. The garden around them was alive, crickets chirping like a chorus of forbidden dreams, but all they could hear was the thundering silence of their unfulfilled desires. But the darkness was not just the absence of light, it crept in with the creeping dread of consequences looming over them, a spectre that wrapped its fingers around Heloise's heart. She had risked everything, her reputation, her future, her very soul. What was love if not a gamble against the odds? But even the bravest hearts have their breaking points, and Heloise could feel the cracks forming, the fear that this moment of intimacy would slip through her fingers like grains of sand. Abelard reached for her, his fingers brushing against her cheek, igniting a fire that coursed through her veins. What if we are just two stars in a vast, indifferent cosmos? What if we burn brightly for a moment, only to be extinguished? His voice was a caress, filled with the weight of philosophical musings, yet laden with the raw vulnerability of a man who had always been the thinker, now becoming the lover. I'd burn with you, Heloise replied, and her words hung like a delicate thread, binding them together against the encroach of night. What is life without a chance to feel everything? The resolve in her voice surged, drowning out the doubts that clawed at the edges of their passion. They were rebels, warriors in a battle against the mundane, and oh, how beautiful it felt to be on the precipice of chaos. But the world outside their sanctuary was a predator, lurking, waiting. The laughter of the other scholars echoed like a sword drawn, sharp and unyielding. It was a reminder of the lives they led, the roles they had to play. Heloise's mind raced, visions of a convent filled with whispers and judgment flickering through her thoughts. What will they say when they find out? Her voice trembled, the shadows creeping in. Let them talk, Abelard replied, the fierce flame of defiance igniting within him. Let them think what they will. We are more than their petty judgments, more than their expectations. We are a force. His eyes burned with a promise that made her feel invincible, yet the tremors of uncertainty still clutched at her heart. She wanted to leap, to dive into this consuming love, but the fear of the fall hovered above her like an executioner's blade. And there, in that fleeting moment, time twisted like a cruel jester, teasing them with the fragility of their happiness. What they felt was not merely infatuation, it was a tempest, raw and brutal, seeping into the corners of their existence. Heloise grasped his hand tighter, as if anchoring herself to the only certainty she had ever known. You are the chaos I never expected, she admitted, the truth spilling forth like a confession. But chaos is beautiful in its own way, don't you think? Beautiful and terrifying, Abelard breathed, his voice thick with emotion. But before they could wrap themselves in the warmth of those words, the moonlight shifted, casting elongated shadows that whispered of the future, a future that felt like a noose tightening. The rustling of leaves turned into a cacophony, and their shared moment shattered, splintering like glass. They both heard it, the unmistakable footfalls of fate approaching. Heloise's heart raced, dread pooling in her stomach. What if they come for us, she gasped, the weight of impending doom crashing over them. Then we fight, Abelard vowed, but even as he said it, the gravity of their situation sank in deeper. They were not warriors on an open battlefield, they were trapped in a cage of societal expectations, and the bars were closing in. And in that beautiful, tragic embrace, they clung to each other, their hearts racing in rhythm with the chaos surrounding them. The clock was ticking, the night was thick with uncertainty, and what they had was slipping, untouchable, like a dream fading at dawn's first light. Promise me, Heloise urged, desperation threading through her voice. Promise me that we will find a way. Always, he swore, but the promise hung in the air, heavy with the knowledge that love, no matter how fierce, often had a price. The shadows grew longer, the night deepening, and only they could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down, a reminder that love was both a sanctuary and a storm. The night was thick with a silence that screamed. In the deepest corner of the Tannhäuser Tavern, shadows danced in flickering candlelight, concealing secrets as heavy as the stale air. I could feel the pulse of the place, my heart synced with the muted conversations, punctuated by a clinking of mugs that echoed like distant thunder. I remember the scent of sweat mingled with desperation, it coated my skin and gripped my throat. Love, after all, is a pestilence, wonderful, wretched, contagious. In the center of the room, her laughter cut through the murmur like a blade. Elara, with her fiery hair and eyes like smoldering embers, was a tempest in a tempestuous world. I remember how she twirled, caught in a spell of joy, unaware of the storm brewing inside me. She was the sun, too bright and too hot, and I was the shadow trailing her light, forever longing, forever concealed. I could see it in the way her laughter faded when she caught sight of me, the moment a fleeting ripple of uncertainty crossed her face. Her gaze, once unyielding, faltered, and I felt it, a promise shattered. Yet there he was, Jasper, her other half. The gallant knight, the man wrapped in glistening armor, who had once laid his heart bare before her, as if it were a treasure. He stood parallel to me, a mountain of strength. I remember the way he leaned close to her, whispering what I could only assume were sweet nothings, and I felt the bitter taste of gall in my mouth. He was the dream I had never been, the man I had never aspired to be. I was the darkness she could not bear to hold, while he was the light she chased. It was a play I had rehearsed too many times, the tragic hero left in the wings. Do you still dream of the moon? Elara asked him, her voice laced with hope. Her fingers brushed against his, an innocent touch that ignited something akin to fire inside me. I could see the way he smiled, the curve of his lips a promise wrapped in gold, and it cut deeper than any blade. That moon, I thought, was a distant celestial body we could never touch, just a beacon of longing in a vast, unforgiving sky. I remember the way you said it, I whispered, though it was lost in the din of the tavern. You said it was a guide for lost souls, a lantern in the dark. The memory clung to me, haunting as ghosts that dwelled in the corners of forgotten rooms. I had once danced beneath that moon with Ilara, our laughter rising like smoke into the ether. I could still feel the warmth of her hand in mine, the way her breath hitched when I spun her, and the way the world had melted away, leaving just us, suspended in time. But now, every echo of joy felt like a chain, binding me to a past that suffocated while I watched her slip away. Then came the moment, the fracture of reality. A brawl broke out like a thunderstorm unleashed. Two patrons, fueled by ale and bravado, crashed into our fragile bubble. I remember the punches flying, the shattering of glass, and the clamor of startled voices rising to a crescendo. In that chaos, I saw Ilara's face blanch, her joy replaced with fear. It was visceral, a switch flicked in an instant, and I was struck by a wave of helplessness. Jasper, she called, panic seeping into her voice, and I felt an echo of that panic thrumming through my own veins. He rushed forward, a knight charging into battle with his cape billowing behind him, but I stayed anchored to the ground, part spectator, part unwilling participant in the tragedy unfolding. My heart ached for her, for the fear that twisted her features. It was a sacrifice unasked for, but one I was willing to make. As Jasper threw himself into the fray, I was struck by the absurdity of it all. Here we were, three souls tangled in a web spun by fate, love, and the fickle hand of chance, fighting against shadows. I remember thinking, life is a cruel jest, a grand performance where none of us had signed up for the role we were handed. And yet, the audience watched, unblinking, as our stories weaved into one another. Protect her! I screamed, my voice hoarse with the weight of my own longing. I was a ghost in my own story, destined to watch the one I loved be swept away by another. The brawl spiraled, the room spinning with chaos, and I was left standing still, trapped in a moment that felt like an eternity. Ilara's eyes searched mine, a plea wrapped in desperation, and I felt my own heart quicken. Would I step in? Would I rise from the shadows I had so willingly embraced? The choice stood before me, a gaping chasm of uncertainty. I could feel her fear piercing through the tumult, a siren call that stirred something deep within. Please, she mouthed, and in that single word, I felt the weight of 1,000 unspoken promises. Love and redemption twirled around us, a brutal dance. The world fell away, the clinking mugs and raucous laughter fading into nothingness. Time stretched like taffy, and every heartbeat resonated. I remember the moment I took a step forward, one single, breathless step into the fray, my heart racing, knowing that sacrifice was at the core of love. What would I give to protect the light? What more could I lose? As I plunged into the chaos, everything faded but my resolve, the storm inside me raging. I was a storm, a tempest, and for the first time, I felt alive. I would fight for her, not just against the brawl but against the shadows of my own heart, the darkness that had kept me from embracing the light she represented. And in that moment, as fists flew and chaos reigned, love flickered like the candle flames around us, a fragile, flickering promise against the night. A sudden gust of wind swept through the worn wooden door, its creaks reverberating like the toll of an ancient bell, foreboding yet oddly welcoming. Inside, the cramped cottage of Baucis and Philemon, a sanctuary of chaos and warmth, flickered with the dim glow of a candle, the wax dribbling like memories slipping through fingers. A gust of fragrant stew wafted through the air, teasing the senses with promises of comfort in a world grown harsh and unforgiving. But outside, the storm raged, a tempest of howling winds and swirling rain, as if the very heavens were mourning a truth yet to be revealed. Philemon stood by the hearth, his gnarled hands cradling a fragile cup, the clay cool against his palm, contrasting the heat of the fire that crackled like the unspoken fears swirling in his chest. He looked at Baucis, her silver-streaked hair framing a face that was a map of their shared history, laughter, tears, heartaches, and joy etched deep in the lines of her skin. She was bustling about the room, her movements a dance born of countless rehearsals, but today, a nervous energy electrified the air, making each step feel heavier, more cautious. "Philemon, do you hear it?" Baucis spoke suddenly, her voice a mere whisper, yet it cut through the cacophony of the storm outside. She paused, her brow furrowing as she strained to listen. There it was again, a low rumble, not from the sky, but from the depths of the earth, an ominous growl that set their hearts racing. "I hear it, love," he replied, his voice hoarse, as if he too were gripped by an ancient dread. "But we've faced storms before. This is just another tempest." His words were hollow, echoing back at him, a looping reminder of the precariousness of their existence. They were old, far older than the townsfolk could fathom, their love forged in the fires of time, yet still so fragile, so easily shattered. She knelt to stoke the fire, embers dancing like the memories of their youth, flickering, bright, but always fading. "What if this is no ordinary storm, Philemon? What if it brings something, someone we cannot turn away?" The weight of her worry hung between them like thick fog, almost tangible. "Hospitality is our creed," he said, though the words tasted bitter on his tongue. "We have always welcomed the lost." Somewhere deep within him, a voice cried out, a plea to protect the sanctuary they had built, a refuge from the world's cruelty. Yet, with every heartbeat, anticipation clawed at his chest, demanding a reckoning he dreaded. Just then, the door flung open with a force that rattled the old wood, and rain-sodden figures stumbled into the room, drenched and desperate. Their faces were obscured by shadow, yet the pain in their eyes shone through, the wild gleam of fear, the haunting specter of loss. "Please," one of them gasped, collapsing to the floor, a young man, soaked to the bone, clutching at his side where crimson seeped through his fingers. Baucis was there in an instant, her heart pounding like a war drum as she knelt beside him, her hands gentle yet firm. "What happened?" she asked, though the storm outside seemed to answer with a thunderous roar. They were caught in the tide of an unnatural storm, and deep inside, she feared what it might wash ashore. "We need shelter from the wrath," he managed, his words laced with urgency yet tinged with something else, something that turned Philemon's stomach. The boy was a ghost, he was not alone. No, shadows lingered at the edges, figures cloaked in darkness, their eyes glinting like shards of glass under the flickering candlelight. Philemon's heart raced, he knew the legends. The townsfolk whispered of gods who walked among mortals, testing hearts for their worth. Those who fail, they said, know only wrath. He could see it now, the weight of judgment hanging like a noose above their heads, and fear coiled tight around his chest, constricting breath. "Look around you," he shouted, panic clawing at his throat. "This is a humble home, not fitful," but Baucis grabbed his wrist, her grip fierce, grounding him. "Philemon, we have to help them. They're lost." The fire crackled louder, as if agreeing with her. The boy's eyes flickered, pleading, and suddenly, he was just a boy again, someone's child, desperate for warmth and safety, just as they once were. "I remember," Baucis's voice trembled, a thread of memory weaving through the chaos. "I remember the time we were on the brink, and a stranger walked in, just like this. We had nothing but a loaf of bread and a pot of stew, yet we shared it." Her eyes glimmered, a reflection of the past mixing seamlessly with the present. "You think we're meant to welcome them?" Philemon's voice wavered, yet somewhere beneath the fear, a flicker of hope ignited. "What if they bring ruin?" "It doesn't matter," she insisted, her voice rising above the storm's fury. "We cannot turn away those in need. That is love." The shadows outside seemed to pulse, alive with anticipation, while the winds whispered warnings, yet their simple act of kindness pierced through the darkness like a beacon. Baucis turned back to the group, her heart swelling with resolve. "Come, sit by the fire. We will tend to your wounds." As they settled, Philemon felt the tremor in the air shift, a breath held tight in the chest of the universe, poised for something monumental. The clock on the wall ticked down the moments, each second vibrating with significance, a countdown to an unknown fate. And though the storm raged on outside, the warmth of their hospitality ignited a fire within him, blurring the lines between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Here, amid the chaos, there was love, a force impossible to contain. The storm might take their home, It might strip them bare, but in that moment, with hearts entwined in the embrace of compassion, they dared to challenge fate. They dared to believe in the power of love, the only hospitality that could weather the fiercest of storms. And out there, in the shadows, the gods watched and waited, their judgment suspended, a breath held in anticipation of what came next. Time stretched, pulsing with intensity, as the line between salvation and damnation blurred, and the night deepened, teetering on the knife edge of fate. The night was thick with an unsettling hush, a silence that throbbed with unspoken dread, wrapping around Leda like a shroud. The stars hung overhead, distant and cold, while the shadows of her castle loomed like silent witnesses to the turmoil brewing within her heart. She stood alone on the edge of the lake, the moon's silver light dancing on the water's surface, a deceptive calm that belied the tempest raging inside her. This was no ordinary night. A whisper of fate loomed heavy in the air, the kind that conjured the unspeakable. She had felt it days before, a shiver down her spine, an omen. Leda brushed her fingers against the cool stone of the castle wall, her heart racing. She was a queen, yet felt so small, so utterly vulnerable. The taste of fear mingled with the crisp night air, suffocating yet intoxicating. She remembered the stories of her ancestors, the proud women who had faced the gods and triumphed. But this was a different breed of confrontation, one that promised to shatter her world. Then she saw him. A figure emerging from the depths of the lake, gliding through the water with an unnatural grace, a creature of beauty and terror both. The swan was impossibly large, its wings unfurling like shadows reaching out for her. Its eyes gleamed with a knowing intensity, drawing her in, coaxing her closer, and each beat of her heart echoed with the pulse of a forbidden fate. She felt an inexplicable longing, a magnetic pull that sent adrenaline coursing through her veins. The swan was not just a creature, it was an enigma wrapped in feathers, a portent of doom and ecstasy wrapped in one. Leda, caught in the grip of this moment, felt her breath hitch. She was both terrified and entranced. The whispers of the night wrapped around her, urging her to step forward into the unknown. She remembered her husband, the king, who loved her fiercely yet understood so little of the wildness that lived within her. He was a fortress, sturdy and predictable, but there was something darkly thrilling about standing on the precipice of chaos. Leda, the swan whispered, its voice a silken caress, laced with an otherworldly allure that sent shivers racing down her spine. Leda, come closer. And she did, unable to resist. She was a moth drawn to the flame, the thrill of danger intoxicating. The world fell away, the only sound was the gentle rustle of water against the shore, a lullaby that promised the impossible. Her heart drummed a frantic beat as she stepped closer, her hands trembling with anticipation. The boundaries of her existence blurred, she felt caught between worlds, her mundane life as queen and the wild, seductive promise of something divine. In that moment, the swan transformed, its shape shifting with a fluid elegance. The feathers melted away, revealing the dark silhouette of a man, handsome, powerful, and wrapped in an aura of ancient magic. Zeus stood before her, the embodiment of desire and destruction, an intoxicating force that threatened to consume her whole. His eyes, deep and endless, held a storm of passions, of secrets untold. "Do you know what it means to be touched by a god?" he asked, voice smooth as silk, yet crackling with intensity. "To feel the weight of heaven and earth in your embrace." Leda felt her breath catch again, an electric jolt sparking through her veins as she grappled with the enormity of what lay before her. Her heart raced at the thrill of danger, the intoxicating allure of the forbidden. She remembered her body, the way it ached for something she couldn't name, something deep and primal. She wanted to surrender, to let go of her worldly fears and be lost in this moment, yet a voice within her screamed caution. But caution meant nothing in the face of such longing. Her heart, a traitor, pushed her forward, and she reached out, her fingers brushing against his skin, feeling the heat radiate from him. It was a fire she had never known, raw and consuming. The world faded again, and in that moment, she was not only Leda the queen but Leda the woman, unshackled and free. "Why me?" she whispered, the question hanging in the air like a delicate glass ornament, ready to shatter. "Why here? Why now?" "Because you are alive," he replied, and in his gaze, she saw the cosmos, the wildness of the universe itself. "Because the stars decreed it, and the tides of fate have swept me to you." Each word was a tempest, stirring memories long buried, the laughter of childhood, the innocence of first love, the fierce, agonizing joy of existence itself. She remembered the weight of time, each tick of the clock echoing in her mind, a reminder of fleeting moments, of life slipping through her fingers like river water. Her heart ached with the realization of what was at stake. Yet there was no turning back. She felt herself spiraling toward a climax, a moment where passion intertwined with the divine. She was a vessel, a conduit for something far beyond her comprehension. And as the swan man drew her closer, she realized the truth. This was not merely seduction, it was a cosmic dance of power and vulnerability, a collision of worlds. The water lapped at their feet, whispering secrets as the night pressed in, thick and oppressive. Leda felt the gravity of choice, the weight of eternity pressing down on her soul. In this instant, she was both the hunter and the hunted, the queen and the pawn. It was intoxicating, terrifying, and deeply, achingly beautiful. And then came a moment of clarity, a piercing awareness that sliced through the haze. She could feel the threads of her life unraveling, the delicate tapestry of her existence torn apart before her very eyes. The king, the castle, the legacy she had built, all of it teetering on the brink of chaos. What would become of her children? The weight of her responsibilities crashed down like a tidal wave, threatening to drown her in regret. Yet, a flicker of defiance ignited within her. She was Leda, fierce and wild, a force of nature. She could embrace the storm, could dance with the divine and still rise anew. There was power in her choice, strength in her decision to live fiercely, to embrace passion despite the shadows lurking at the edges. The world held its breath, and so did she, caught in the spiral of existence. There was no certainty, no clarity, only the raw, pulsing energy of the moment, the collision of flesh and fate. And as she surrendered to the god before her, the night erupted into an electric symphony, her heart beating in time with the ancient rhythm of the cosmos. But even as she felt herself slipping into the abyss, she knew this was only the beginning, a fragile link in the chain of an ever-spinning universe. The echoes of her choice would ripple through time, reshaping destinies, rewriting the stories of gods and mortals alike. In that moment of divine seduction, Leda was both lost and found, forever caught between the shadows and the light. Aeneas stood amidst the ruins, the wind howling like a banshee, carrying whispers of sorrows past, of love lost in the brutal embrace of time. The sun hung low, casting a blood-orange hue across the fractured stones, illuminating the faces of the fallen as if they were still alive, still fighting against the tide of fate. They were ghosts, each with a story wrapped in the shroud of battle, and he felt their breath on his neck, urging him forward. His heart raced, a war drum echoing in the silence, a sound that begged for resolution, for an end. Lavinia was there too, her eyes like twin storms, wild, tumultuous, yet shimmering with a glint of hope against the darkening skies. She stood at the edge of the world, where the land met the sea, her hands trembling like autumn leaves caught in the gusts of winter. "Aeneas," she called, her voice slicing through the air with a fierce desperation, "you must choose." The weight of her plea, her very existence, hung heavy between them, and Aeneas felt it pulling him apart, as if two destinies were wrestling within him. He remembered the day they first met. The sunlight had danced through the treetops, a kaleidoscope of colors splashing against the earth, but all he could see was her, the brightness in a world steeped in shadows. He had laughed then, a sound so foreign now, as they chased each other through the fields, tackling the wildflowers like children unburdened by the ravages of war. But laughter felt like a distant memory now, as if it belonged to a man who no longer existed, lost to the ravages of fate and time. "Choose," she cried again, her voice a whip of emotion, snapping him back to the present. It was a question that twisted like a knife in his gut. Love or duty? Freedom or fate? He felt the cosmos shifting, the clock ticking down to an inevitable conclusion. "You don't understand," he shouted back, the words erupting from him like a volcano, raw and dangerous. "I am bound by the blood of those who came before. I carry their sins, their hopes, their failures, and what of us?" Lavinia interjected, tears spilling down her cheeks like the rain that threatened to drown them both. "What of our love?" Each word was a dagger, each syllable a reminder of the impossible choice hanging before him. She was the embodiment of everything he had fought for, yet here she was, a paradox, his salvation and his curse. Will you let it slip away? Will you let my memory become yet another ghost in your past? Aeneas's heart ached, shattered by the collision of love and expectation. He wanted to reach out, to pull her into his arms, to drown in her warmth and forget the world outside their embrace. But fate was a cruel mistress, shaping paths with relentless precision, and he felt the pull of destiny like a noose tightening around his throat. I remember the dreams we spun, Lavinia, he whispered, his voice cracking under the weight of it all, and yet dreams are fragile things, easily shattered by the reality of war. Lavinia stepped closer, the storm in her eyes intensifying. Then make a new dream. One where we don't have to choose between love and duty. One where we can be free. The intensity of her conviction lit a fire within him, igniting memories of laughter and joy, of moments untainted by the bloodshed that had come to define him. But there was a darkness creeping at the edges of that flame, a memory of the consequences that would follow. Love could not exist in a vacuum, and every choice came with a price. As he gazed into her eyes, the shadows of those who had come before whispered their warnings, chilling his bones. You ask for the impossible, he said, the weight of despair draping over his shoulders like a heavy cloak. The gods have decreed my path, and love is but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of fate. But love is what we weave, Aeneas. It's the thread that binds us, even in the face of the gods. The courage in her voice shattered his resolve, leaving him exposed, vulnerable to her truth. He could feel the pulse of the universe, an aching rhythm that resonated with the beat of their hearts. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing beneath the surface, and he could almost taste the electricity, a sweet, bitter concoction of hope and despair. What if we fought together, she proposed, her voice barely a whisper, yet bold enough to rattle the heavens. What if we defied the fates and carved our own story? Aeneas closed his eyes, allowing the weight of her words to wash over him. He remembered the taste of the sea salt on his lips, the sound of laughter mingling with the crashing waves, the weightlessness that came with surrendering to the tide. But he was not a man made for surrender. He was a warrior, forged in the fires of battles fought and lost, yet here he stood, on the precipice of a choice that could alter the very fabric of their existence. Time stretched and twisted, moments blurring together like a dream half remembered. The wind roared around them, carrying their words, their hopes, their fears into the vast unknown. He felt himself teetering on the edge of a decision that could either shatter them or bind them in a way that transcended the mortal realm. Lavinia reached out, fingers brushing against his, and in that fleeting connection, he felt the weight of every unspoken promise, every shared moment of joy and pain. They were no longer two souls caught in the web of fate, they were a force of nature, a tempest ready to rise against the winds that sought to tear them apart. The clock ticked louder, the universe holding its breath, waiting for the moment of truth. Aeneas took a step forward, towards her, towards the unknown. This was not just a choice, this was a declaration, a testament to the power of love against the cosmos itself. And as his heart thundered in his chest, he realized that fate could be rewritten, that love could carve its own destiny amidst the chaos. Together, he breathed, his voice trembling with the weight of eternity, we'll rewrite the stars. In that moment, everything shifted. The shadows receded, and the light broke through, illuminating their path forward. It was a path paved with uncertainty, but it was theirs. The clock continued to tick, but they marched onward, hand in hand, ready to face whatever fate had in store. The world around them pulsed with a new life, a rebirth ignited by the fire of their impossible love, echoing in the infinite tapestry of the cosmos. The night air hung heavy, thick with an unsettling silence that draped itself like a shroud over the castle. Shadows darted in the flickering torchlight, whispering secrets that chilled my bones. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on me. Sir Gawain, tall and resolute, his brow furrowed, paced before me like a caged lion, wrestling with his own demons. I could see the turmoil swirling in his green eyes, and yet, it was Lady Ragnell who haunted my thoughts. Her presence loomed larger than life, an enigma swathed in the grotesque and beautiful. I cannot do this, Gawain murmured, the words barely escaping his lips. I cannot marry her. The air crackled with the tension of unsaid things, the room thickening with despair. He licked his lips, glancing at the door that stood between us and the unknown. The world outside was vibrant, echoes of laughter mingled with the clash of swords, yet inside, we were trapped in a cocoon of dread. I remember the stories whispered in the dark, tales of Ragnell, the loathsome, the curse that had twisted her form into something grotesque. But beneath that horror lay a promise of transformation, of redemption. I had heard the rumors, each more absurd than the last. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy. I couldn't help but chuckle, even now, at the thought of courtly love tangled in the muck of medieval life. But this? This was something else entirely. Gawain's heart was noble, too noble, perhaps, for the world we inhabited. He admired Valor, but his spirit quaked in the face of such a choice. It was more than duty, it was a battle within himself, a war between his honor and his horror. What will the knights say? What will the court think? A wretched laugh bubbled up in my throat, a bitter echo of his fears. As if the judgment of others mattered more than the plight of a woman cursed by fate. And then, there was Ragnell. I could picture her, cloistered in her chamber, unseen by the world, imprisoned by the darkness of her own reflection. What do you fear, Gawain? I found myself asking, my voice laced with an urgency that felt like a heartbeat in the silence. Is it her face or her heart? His gaze snapped toward me, and I felt the air shimmer with the weight of my accusation. It's both, he shot back, his voice trembling. What if she cannot love? What if I cannot? But what if she could? The thought spiraled in my mind like a whirlwind, leaving chaos in its wake. Transformation was a dangerous gamble, a roll of dice in a game where the stakes were life and death, love and despair. I felt the pulse of yearning thrumming in my chest, desperate for the breakthrough of understanding that lay just beyond the door, lurking like a shadow waiting to pounce. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and there she stood. Lady Ragnell, a fierce beauty wrapped in curves and shadows, her skin a tapestry of hard truths and soft desires. Her eyes, pools of darkness, glinted with defiance. They were not the eyes of a monster but a woman who bore the weight of judgment with bitter grace. In that moment, the world around us faded, the laughter, the swords, the breath of life outside. It was just the three of us, caught in an intricate web of fate, fear, and something else. Something more profound. Sir Gawain, she said, her voice laced with a melancholic melody, why do you hide? Is it the reflection that frightens you, or the warmth of my heart? Each word dripped with an intensity that made the air shimmer. I felt my pulse quicken, a rhythm echoing the unsung hopes that thrummed beneath her skin. Gawain's throat bobbed, a gulp of dread. I do not wish to lead you into darkness, Lady Ragnell. But his voice was softening, a crack in his polished armor. I dared to hope. Perhaps he was beginning to see beyond the surface, to recognize the spirit that lay beneath the surface of her cursed form. Ragnell stepped forward, defiance burning in her gaze. You think me a monster, but what lies beneath my skin is not so different from what is hidden in yours. Her words pierced the night like a blade, raw and unforgiving. We are all haunted by our own demons, Gawain. But do you have the courage to face yours? The question hung in the air, a noose tightening around his throat. My heart raced, caught in the whirlwind of their exchange. The clock ticked louder, each second a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. I remember, I whispered to myself, the stories told in hushed tones. Her laughter in the shadows, a riddle waiting to be solved. Gawain's struggle was palpable, a tempest of emotion swirling in his chest. What if I cannot love you? He asked, voice cracking like old wood, aged with the weight of doubt. What if, she countered, you could learn to love me? What if I hold the key to your own transformation? Her words were a challenge, a spark igniting the tinder of hope that lay dormant in Gawain's heart. I felt the air shift, a current running between them, pulling them closer, knitting their fates together. The shadows deepened, stretching across the floor like a dark tapestry weaving their destinies into one. A confrontation was looming, not just between two souls, but inside Gawain himself, a battle between fear and the unfathomable depths of love. Gawain took a step back, the weight of Ragnall's gaze anchoring him in place. I remember, he murmured, the tales of beauty and love. Is it foolish to believe them? No, Ragnell replied, her voice low and soothing, like a balm over an open wound. It is the bravest thing one can do. But would he dare take the leap into the unknown? Would he let go of his fear and embrace the haunting beauty that lay before him? As the clock ticked on, echoing like a heartbeat in the silence, I could feel it, the tension, the raw emotion hanging thick in the air. They stood on the precipice of change, caught in the delicate balance between acceptance and rejection, love and loathing. The moment was a taut string, ready to snap, and I could scarcely breathe as I waited, heart pounding, for what would come next. The air was thick with tension, darkness pooling in every corner of the forest, whispers of the past rustling through the leaves like secrets waiting to be unearthed. The moon hung low, a silver coin cast against an abyss, illuminating the figure of a woman, Sita, her eyes wide, heart racing, caught in the icy grip of despair. Flames flickered in the distance, a blinding reminder of what she had lost, and what she might lose again. Her breath came in ragged gasps, the sound echoing through the stillness as if the very night held its breath alongside her. I remember the way the sun warmed my skin, the sweetness of the mangoes we shared, and your laughter, Rama. Oh, how it danced through the air like the song of a nightingale. Each memory cut like a blade, reminding her of a world she could barely grasp anymore, a world that felt like a dream fading with the dawn. And now, fear clutched at her throat, a shadow lurking just beyond the flickering light of her hope. Rama stood not far from her, the embodiment of strength yet shackled by an invisible chain of doubt. His heart thundered, a war drum in his chest as he sensed her growing despair. Sita, he called, his voice a desperate plea, an anchor in the tempest. Hold on. I will find you. But the words felt hollow, like echoes in a vast canyon that would never return. He could not shake the sinking dread that perhaps fate, with its cruel hands, had already carved a different path for them. The ground beneath him was littered with the scars of battle, broken arrows, fallen leaves, remnants of life snuffed out. Each step was heavy, a reminder of the burdens he carried, the lives he was sworn to protect. And yet, in this moment, the only life that truly mattered to him was hers. He could feel the pulse of his devotion radiating like an eternal flame, yet it flickered uncertainly against the chill of the night. I will not let you go, my love, he murmured, recalling the fierce determination in her eyes, the unyielding spirit that had ignited his own. But the shadows whispered doubts. What if he was too late? What if the darkness consumed her, as it had so many before? Sita's heart raced, a wild bird trapped in a cage. The memory of her abduction clawed at her sanity, the night Ravana had come for her, cloaked in deceit and power. A monstrous figure with eyes that gleamed with malice. I will be your king, he'd hissed, his voice a chilling caress. Leave this life of struggle behind. But she had fought against the chains of his desire, her heart a fortress built on love and loyalty. I am not yours to take, she had screamed, a war cry against the onslaught of despair. And yet, here she was, alone, in the grip of uncertainty, grasping at the threads of her fading existence. I remember our vows, the fire that bound our souls, she whispered to the night, her voice trembling with emotion. The flames of their wedding pyre had danced like stars, and in that sacred moment, she had felt invincible. But now, that invincibility felt like a cruel joke, a fading ember in the face of encroaching darkness. Where was the strength that had once flowed through her veins? She could feel it slipping away, like grains of sand through her fingers. Just beyond their separate worlds, Ravana lurked, a spectre of ambition and vengeance. He was not merely a king, he was the manifestation of every fear, every doubt that clawed at her heart. He had taken her from Rama, believing that power could bend the will of the heart, but the truth was far more terrifying. The heart, once burdened by despair, could rise stronger than ever, if only it were given the chance. Ravana smiled in the shadows, a predator reveling in the chase. You will be mine, Sita, he murmured, the promise laced with darkness, the thrill of conquest fueling his desire. But even as he spoke, he could feel the weight of something greater, a force that bound Sita and Rama across the void of their separation. Their love was a tempest, raw and wild, a force he could never control. He had her body, but her spirit? It soared beyond the chains he had forged, weaving through the fabric of the universe like a comet streaking across the night sky. As dawn approached, the first rays of light pierced the trees, illuminating the battlefield strewn with the remnants of despair. Rama stood at the precipice of his own fears, a warrior with a heart full of doubts. The sun's glow bathed his face in warmth, reminding him of the love that had ignited the fire inside him. "I will find you, Sita," he vowed, clenching his fists, determination burning in his chest. No matter the cost. He felt the ground shake beneath him, but it wasn't the tremor of fear, it was the pulse of purpose. With each step toward her, he could feel time slipping through his fingers, moments tangled with memories, past and present colliding in a whirlwind of emotion. Sita, too, felt the dawn creeping into her heart. It was a flicker of hope, a reminder of the unbreakable bond they shared. "I remember," she whispered again, drowning in the vividness of her memories. "The way your hand felt in mine, the way you fought for me, the way love dared to defy the cosmos." Each heartbeat thudded like a war drum, echoing through the stillness as the distance between them began to dissolve, but the shadows of doubt loomed large. They were caught in a dance of fate, each step forward felt like a step into the abyss. The world around them ached with the weight of their devotion, a bond forged in the flames of sacrifice, echoing the eternal struggle of love against darkness. In that moment, as dawn broke, they were both poised on the edge, Rama, the warrior with unwavering resolve, and Sita, the woman made of fire and resilience. The universe held its breath, caught between hope and despair, as they were bound together by the threads of love and destiny, forever caught in a cycle of devotion, longing, and the unrelenting quest to find each other again. The echoes of their hearts intertwined like a cosmic dance, leaving behind a haunting melody of love that would reverberate through the ages. The moon hung heavy over the Aegean Sea, a ghostly bonfire casting a silver glow on the waves that rolled like restless spirits. In the distance, the ancient tower stood defiantly against the night, a sentinel of time and secrets. Below its weathered stones, Leander's heart raced, drumming against his ribcage like a caged bird desperate for freedom. The wind carried the scent of salt and longing, a bittersweet reminder of Hero waiting across the water, her flame flickering like a lighthouse in a storm. "I remember," he whispered, his voice lost in the wind. "I remember the first time I saw her. It was a midsummer night, laughter echoing through the streets of Abydos, where bodies swayed and danced under the watchful eyes of the gods. Hero, with her raven hair cascading like a waterfall, had been a beacon, a light that pulled him from the shadows of his despair. Her laughter, a melody that wrapped around him, intoxicating and sweet, made the mundane seem divine. But behind that laughter, he sensed a darkness lurking, a truth unspoken. Leander, her voice called to him now, a haunting echo of the past. "Don't forget me." Each syllable was a ghost that slipped through his fingers. Tonight, he had promised to swim across the churning sea, to brave the icy fingers of death, just to touch her face, to feel the warmth of her breath against his skin. The waves roared like 1,000 beasts, fierce and wild, each crash a warning. He hesitated at the water's edge, the fear creeping up his spine like a thief in the night. "I remember the stories," he murmured, eyes fixated on the dark depths. "They said the sea consumes dreams." But love was a reckless beast, pushing him forward, and each step into the water felt like falling into madness. The cold bit at him, sharp and unforgiving, as he submerged, fighting against the pull of the current. Panic clawed at his chest. He gasped for air, the salt stinging his eyes, blurring the line between reality and dream. Then, just as the world blurred, he saw her. Hero stood at the cliff's edge, a silhouette against the moonlight, the very moon that had borne witness to their secret meetings, their whispered promises. Her eyes, pools of yearning, searched the dark waters, and in that moment, time froze. "Leander," she cried, a desperate plea that cut through the waves. He could almost hear the figures of the past gathering around, whispering warnings, "The sea is treacherous, don't go." But how could he resist? Each stroke pulled him forward, against the tide, against fate itself. "I remember," he gasped, lungs burning, "when you said love was a journey worth drowning for." Hero's light flickered, uncertainty shadowing her features. Did she fear he might never reach her? The thought twisted within him like a dagger. He swam harder, fueled by desperation, while memories flooded his mind, the warmth of her skin, the sweetness of her smile, the promise of forever tangled in their hands. But beneath the surface, darkness stirred. The sea, a vast abyss, held its breath, waiting, plotting. As he neared the shore, the waves seemed to rise against him, a turbulent chorus of doubt and fear. What if she's not worth it? They hissed. What if love is just a mirage? And as if hearing the phantoms of his thoughts, a wave crashed down, pulling him under, dragging him into the depths. Coldness enveloped him, suffocating and absolute. The world above became a distant memory, the moonlight a cruel joke. "Hero," he screamed, but the sound was swallowed whole. In that moment, a vision flashed before him, the two of them, entwined in laughter, spinning together in the soft glow of twilight. "I will always find you," she had promised, her eyes sparkling like stars. But where was that light now? As he fought to break the surface, a glimmer caught his eye, a piece of driftwood, a lifeline in this watery grave. He clutched it, gasping for breath, a primal instinct rising within him. "I won't let go," he thought, the fire of determination igniting. He could not leave her in the dark. With a final surge, he broke free, lungs bursting with the salty air. Hero's figure loomed closer, radiant, a goddess amidst the chaos. "Leander," she shouted, her voice filled with raw emotion, and for a moment, the sea seemed to still, suspended in time. "Do you believe in fate?" he gasped, scrambling onto the shore, dripping and gasping, every fiber of his being trembling. "I believe in us," she replied, stepping toward him, her hand outstretched, a lifeline woven with hope. Yet the shadows hung heavy, whispering doubts. What if love is just a game of chance, they taunted. What if it's all for nothing? But as she reached for him, he saw her resolve, her strength, and for the first time, he understood. Love was not just a feeling, it was a battle fought bravely, against every tide that sought to pull them apart. "I remember." The words tumbled out, a mantra amidst the chaos, anchoring him in the moment. "I remember every heartbeat, every whisper under the stars." Just when the world felt perfect, the storm clouds rolled in. A distant thunder echoed, ominous and foreboding, as if the universe conspired against them. Leander caught sight of the waves growing restless again, churning with fury, and fear gripped him anew. "Stay with me," Hero pleaded, her voice a fragile thread in the tempest. But the sea, relentless and unforgiving, had other plans. Leander's heart raced, and as he turned to face her, shadows flickered at the edge of his vision, figures emerging from the depths, ancient ghosts drawn by their love. They whispered secrets, warnings, and curses, their voices a chilling serenade. "Will you save us?" he asked, the weight of eternity resting on their shoulders. "I will always choose you," Hero declared, her voice fierce, the storm raging around them. And in that moment, time slipped away, unraveling like a frayed tapestry, pulling them deeper into the storm, into the unknown. The waves crashed against the rocks, drowning out all sound, and the sky darkened, a canvas of chaos. But within that storm, amidst the chaos, their hearts beat as one, a defiance against fate that echoed through the ages, whispering of love, of sacrifice, of the relentless pull of the sea, an eternal dance that would never end, only flow into the next chapter of their fate. The moon hung high and heavy, a silver coin tossed across an endless ocean, casting trembling shadows on the shore of Aiaia. The salty breeze, thick with the scent of damp earth and wild herbs, whispered secrets to the trees. In the heart of a night where time felt suspended, Odysseus stood, heart pounding, muscles taut with the weight of unspoken words. The echoes of distant waves roared like the tempest in his soul, a storm brewing within him, relentless and fierce. "Circe," he called, his voice cracking against the night like a fragile glass. It sliced through the silence, awakening the very spirits of the island. The trees shuddered, shivering under the gaze of a man torn between two worlds, his longing for home and the intoxicating pull of a witch who had bound him to her with threads of magic and desire. From the shadows, Circe emerged, her silhouette framed by the ghostly glow of moonlight. She was both a siren and a sentinel, her eyes gleaming like twin stars caught in a tempest. Her hair cascaded around her shoulders like the dark waves of the ocean, wild and untamed, whispering of danger and seduction. You call me as if I am the wind, she replied, her voice a melodic spell that wrapped around him, entwining his heart in a dance of enchantment and fear. Memories surged through him, fragments of laughter, shared whispers under starlit skies, the taste of honeyed wine on her lips, and the way her fingers brushed against his skin, igniting fires in the depths of his soul. But there was an ache, a gnawing fear. He remembered the shadows that clung to her spirit, the lonely echoes of her past that haunted her laughter. She was a creature of beauty and darkness, and he, a mere mortal, a man caught in the crossfire of affection and ambition. "Why do you stand there, Odysseus?" she murmured, a question that hung between them, heavy with unfulfilled promise. "The world outside calls to you, but here, within my reach, is a different kind of magic." She stepped closer, and the air crackled, thick with tension, desire pulsating between them like a heartbeat. "I can't stay," he whispered, each syllable a plea, a prayer, a confession. "My men, they need me. I need to go home." The words fell from his lips like stones, sinking into the earth, heavy with the weight of his choices. "But you have captured me in ways I cannot understand." Circe's expression shifted, a flash of vulnerability cutting through her confident facade. "Home is a memory, Odysseus. It will never be what you remember. Not now." The moonlight danced in her eyes, revealing the depths of her longing, the shadows of her isolation. "You think of Ithaca, but what of Aiaia? What of this?" She gestured around her, the world pulsating with life, wild and unrestrained, yet laced with a melancholy that echoed her own heart. "I remember," he started, but the memories were jagged, sharp, and painful. He remembered the tales of his youth, the laughter of his family, and the warmth of hearthfire dancing in the dark. But those memories crumbled against the reality of his journey, the bloodshed, the losses that weighed him down like chains. "Odysseus," she whispered, stepping closer, her breath a ghost against his skin. "You think you are defined by your journey, but you are so much more. You are a tapestry woven from both threads of light and dark. I see it in you." Her voice was a melody, a haunting lullaby that tugged at the corners of his heart. But the fear lingered, gnawing at him. What if love, however beautiful, was a snare? What if her enchantment was a trap, a bewitchment that would ensnare his soul forever? He had faced monsters, gods, the wrath of the sea, but the idea of losing himself to her was an unknown terror, darker than any creature lurking in the depths. "Is love a curse, Circe?" he asked, his voice trembling. "You know the pain it can bring. I've lost so much already." In that moment, time slowed. The world around them faded, the ocean's roar dimmed to a whisper. Circe's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reflections of her own scars laid bare. "Love is both curse and blessing," she replied, her voice steady despite the tempest raging within her. "It is the duality of existence. The sweet taste of honey, forever entwined with the sting of the bee." And there, in that moment of vulnerability, the line between enchantment and affection blurred. He felt the gravity of her gaze pulling him closer, the connection pulsating like a heartbeat between them. He saw not just the witch, but the woman, the one who yearned for companionship, for understanding beneath her facade of power. The one who had trapped him, not with spells, but with the rawness of her spirit. "I will not bind you, Odysseus," she whispered, the promise hanging in the air like a fragile thread. "You are free to choose. But know that here, within my arms, lies a refuge, a chance to unravel the chaos of your heart." His heartbeat thundered, echoing the truth he was too afraid to acknowledge. Time had woven them together in ways that transcended mere enchantment. In the depths of that moment, he knew he stood at a precipice, bound by love and fear, longing and loss. "Stay," she urged, her voice a soft plea, layered with the weight of her own battles. "Let me show you the world beyond your memories." But the moon watched, a silent guardian, as he felt the pull of the horizon, the call of his men, of his journey, of destiny itself. And yet, within him, a storm raged, caught between two fierce currents, the call of home and the intoxicating embrace of a witch who made the darkness feel like light, the chaos feel like calm. The night thickened around them, shadows stretching long, and in that suffocating stillness, fate held its breath. Each moment froze, an unyielding echo as Odysseus stood trembling, the weight of eternity hanging in the balance. A choice lay before him, heavy as a sword, sharp as betrayal. Behind him, the ocean roared, and ahead, the horizon beckoned. But here, in this fragile moment, Circe's touch lingered, a fleeting spark of enchantment that could ignite a new path or shatter the very essence of his being. "I remember," he whispered, feeling the infinity of possibility swirl around them, a cosmos of love and loss, enchantment and affection. The night deepened, and the world held its breath, waiting for a decision that could unravel the stars. Astarte stood at the edge of the battlefield, the acrid smell of smoke curling around her, a tangible reminder of the war raging just beyond the horizon. The sun hung low, a molten orb bleeding crimson into the evening sky, painting the world in shades of anguish. She could hear the clamor of swords clashing, the desperate cries of men, each sound a jagged shard of her heart. She clutched her chest, feeling the thump-thump of her pulse echoing the chaos outside. In that moment, she was both a goddess and a woman, a warrior and a lover, torn between the two worlds she could never fully inhabit. "I remember Baal's laughter," she whispered to the wind, the words escaping her lips like a prayer. "I remember how it felt to be wrapped in his arms, safe from the pain that now surrounds me." The memory was a ghost, lingering just out of reach, teasing her with warmth amidst the coldness of the battlefield. Baal, the mighty warrior, the embodiment of strength and courage, charged forward, his heart pounding, not just with the thrill of battle, but with the burning need to protect his love. Each swing of his sword felt heavy with purpose, a desperate attempt to carve a path back to her. But even as he fought, shadows loomed over him, doubt, fear, the gnawing thought that he might not return. "I fight for her. I fight for our future," he screamed into the fray, though the words barely reached his own ears, lost in the cacophony of violence. Astarte's heart ached for him. "Come back to me," she thought, the silent plea almost a physical weight pulling at her chest. The war was meant to be a demonstration of strength, to honor their love, yet all it did was tear them apart. She felt helpless, a puppet on strings she couldn't see, each tug dragging her deeper into despair. The battlefield became a monstrous entity, a black hole devouring everything in its wake. Bodies littered the ground, their faces twisted in pain, hopes extinguished. She shuddered, images of those lost souls flickering through her mind like an old tapestry unraveling, threads of life slipping through her fingers. "What are we without love?" she whispered to the shadows around her, feeling the weight of history pressing down. "What is this war, if not a testament to our failures?" Baal felt the pull of her spirit. The air around him was thick with the scent of blood and longing, but within that chaos, he felt her presence, a flicker of warmth guiding him. "Astarte," he roared, his voice rising above the din, a beacon in the storm. Every clash of metal became the heart of their love, a rhythm that thrummed through both of them, binding their fates together even as destruction threatened to tear them apart. But war is a cruel mistress. As he fought, a blade found its mark, plunging into flesh, a sharp, searing pain that felt like betrayal. Time slowed. He fell to his knees, the world blurring around him. Blood soaked into the earth, mingling with the dust of ages past. In that moment, the cosmos seemed to hold its breath, the stars above dimming as if mourning their love. Astarte felt it, a shudder in the universe, an echo of despair that struck her heart like a dagger. She gasped, collapsing to the ground, the weight of the world crashing down upon her. "No. Not like this," she cried, her voice raw, splintering like glass, shattering the silence that threatened to engulf them both. She felt the air crackle with magic, a pulse of energy that coursed through her veins, igniting a fire she thought long extinguished. And then, in the midst of chaos, she stood, defiance coursing through her. "I will not let this end us," she declared to the heavens, calling upon the ancient forces that bound their fates. She was Astarte, queen of war, goddess of love, and she would wield both with the fury of a storm. Shadows coiled around her, lifting her spirit as she stepped into the fray, fueled by the love that transcended her mortal fears. Baal looked up, his head spinning, and saw her. The world around him faded as she illuminated the darkness, a vision of strength and grace. "Astarte," he breathed, her name a sacred invocation that hung in the air like a promise. She rushed to him, her presence filling the void, her hands cradling his face, their eyes locking in a moment that defied time itself. "I am here." "Always," she whispered, the words wrapping around them like a protective shroud, a shield against the horrors of war. But the battlefield surged around them, a maelstrom of violence and sorrow. Their connection felt fragile, a thread stretched thin, and Bull's breath hitched. "If I fall," he began, the weight of his vulnerability pressing down on him, fear clawing at his insides. "Then I will rise," she interrupted, fierce and unwavering. "Together, we transcend this. Together, we are unstoppable." The cosmos seemed to tremble at her declaration, the stars aligning in a dance of fate. And then, just as they were about to seal their vow with a kiss, a deafening roar erupted, a wave of despair crashing against their fragile world. They turned as one, hearts pounding, breathless with anticipation and dread, aware that love and war had intertwined irrevocably. In that heartbeat, the universe held its breath, a heartbeat away from devastation, an eternity of longing wrapped in the chaos of the moment. Time stretched, and they knew the battle was not just for survival but for every flicker of hope, every heartbeat that echoed between them. And so, as shadows loomed and light flickered, the dance of love and war continued, a haunting melody that refused to be silenced, a story that would echo through the ages, leaving only questions in its wake. The air crackles with tension, a silence so profound it feels like the world holds its breath. I can see them, Peleus and Thetis, locked in a moment that stretches like a taut string, ready to snap. The tension is palpable, a living thing swirling around their bodies as they stand on the edge of fate, the waves crashing against the cliffs below, each roar a heartbeat, each spray of salt a reminder of what's at stake. I remember the first time I saw them, the way their eyes caught the light, the flicker of something ancient and eternal in their gazes. Peleus, a man forged from earth and struggle, with the weight of his lineage pulling at his shoulders. His brow furrowed, like a storm was brewing behind his eyes, fear of rejection, fear of not being enough. And Thetis, a goddess, radiant and untouchable, an ethereal beauty wrapped in sorrow. Her heart aches with the burden of being both divine and human, of longing for something she cannot fully grasp. "Why do you hesitate?" Thetis's voice trembles like a whisper carried by the wind, yet it cuts through the tension. "You're a king, Peleus. Claim me." But there's more to it, isn't there? It's not just about claiming. It's about fear. The fear of losing oneself in the embrace of another, of becoming too tangled in a love that could drown them both. His hands tremble, reaching out, fingers brushing against her skin. It's electric, a spark that ignites the very air around them, but he pulls away, haunted by visions of her leaving him, lost to the sea, to the call of her own nature. "I'm not worthy," Thetis. "I'm just a man." But she is more than just a goddess. She embodies the wild and the untamed, the chaos beneath the surface of the calm. "And I am more than a goddess. I am flesh and blood, and I feel," she cries, her voice a symphony of longing and despair. "Do not deny us both." I can feel her pain, the fragile threads of hope intertwining with the desperation of the moment. It's as if the cosmos itself holds its breath, waiting for them to choose, to leap or to fall, to embrace the fire of their connection or to retreat into the shadows of solitude. In the distance, the sun begins its descent, painting the sky in hues of blood and gold, the colors of love and sacrifice. Time is slipping through their fingers like sand, and the clock ticks relentlessly. Each second that passes deepens the rift between them. Will they stand together, or will they become ghosts in each other's memories? Peleus's heart races, a staccato drumbeat in his chest. "What if I lose you?" The words burst forth, raw and unfiltered. "What if your love is a curse? I cannot bear to see you turn away." He is a man of action, yet here he stands, paralyzed by the weight of his own longing. How could he know that fear can be a monster, gnashing its teeth, demanding to be fed? Thetis watches, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, the ocean's depths reflected in her gaze. "I am not a curse, Peleus. I am a tempest. To love me is to embrace the storm." And what a storm it is, swirling with emotions that threaten to drown them both. I feel the gravitational pull of their connection, a force that defies understanding and logic. The very fabric of their beings is woven together in threads of desire, of pain, of unyielding hope. "Will you be my anchor?" he asks, the question hanging in the air, filled with the weight of his vulnerability. Can you be the stillness amidst my chaos? I can be your savior, she replies, her voice low and sultry, a promise wrapped in the mist of the sea. But I can't tame the storm. You must learn to navigate the waves. I remember the way the wind howls, echoing their unsaid words. The cliffs loom behind them, stark and unforgiving, much like the world that awaits outside their embrace. Shadows dance along the rocks, whispering secrets of fate and inevitability. Peleus feels the darkness creeping in, the doubts clawing at his heart. He knows the dangers of their union, the whispers of gods who would tear them apart, the lurking threat of betrayal hanging like a sword above their heads. But love, pure and reckless, ignites within him. Then let the storm come, he declares, his voice rising to meet the crashing waves below. I won't let fear chain me down. I will love you, no matter the cost. Thetis's laughter rings out, a sound that dances along the edges of despair and joy. It's the kind of laughter that can drown out the darkest of thoughts, a beacon in the tumultuous night. Then let us embrace the chaos together. They step closer, the space between them charged with electricity, and I can almost see the universe bending around them, time warping into a singular moment of connection. Their hands intertwine, warmth against coolness, human against divine. It's a juxtaposition that speaks of harmony and conflict, a fragile balance. In that heartbeat, I feel every emotion surging through them, passion, fear, doubt, an undeniable connection. The world blurs around them, and I'm drawn into the whirlpool of their fate. The shadows deepen, and the waves crash louder, as if the universe itself is alive with anticipation, with breathless hope. But beneath it all, a lurking question remains. What sacrifices will they have to make? What price will they pay for love? The thought hangs like an uninvited guest, a whisper in the back of my mind that refuses to fade away. And as they lean into each other, I can't help but wonder if the storm will tear them apart, or if it will bind them together in a way that nothing else can. The moment stretches, hangs in the air like the charged silence before a lightning strike. And as the waves crash below, as the sun sinks into oblivion, I can only hold my breath, waiting for the inevitable. For love, in all its chaotic beauty, is never without its price. A cracked wall stood between them, a chasm of stone and fate that felt insurmountable. Pyramus pressed his ear against the cool surface, his heart drumming like war drums in his chest. The night air held a tremor, a whisper of secrets and shadows, barely audible yet suffocating. He could almost feel this breath on the other side, a delicate promise that mingled with despair. I remember, he murmured, the way your laughter danced through the night, how it felt to be so close yet impossibly far. The moon hung heavy, casting an eerie glow as if even the cosmos grieved for their forbidden love. Thisp, cloaked in the dark, felt the weight of the world. The stars were cruel spectators, twinkling with a mocking brightness that illuminated her ache. Pyramus, she breathed, the name escaping her lips like a prayer, both a plea and a torment. She was a ghost in the shadows, alive yet tethered to a fate she could not escape. I remember when the dawn broke, how I wished it would always stay dark, just us and the whispers of the night. She pressed her palm against the stone, yearning for the warmth of his skin, the safety of his presence. Outside, the city thrummed, a symphony of life they could no longer touch. Laughter echoed in the streets, mingled with the distant clamor of merchants and the cries of children. Each sound was a dagger to their hearts, a reminder of the world that turned relentlessly without them. Their love thrived in a world that sought to stifle it, wrapped in the cloak of secrecy, yet it burned too bright to be contained. Let's meet under the mulberry tree, Pyramus whispered, a reckless spark igniting hope. Tonight, we break the chains of this cruel fate. He felt the rush of adrenaline, the intoxicating sweetness of rebellion. The thought of her, of the softness of her lips, sent tremors through him. Yet, somewhere deep inside, a shadow stretched, whispering warnings he could barely face. Thisb's heart raced as she imagined their rendezvous. The moon would be their witness. Yet as she prepared to slip into the night, an icy finger of doubt slithered down her spine. What if we are seen? She trembled, the fear coiling around her throat like a noose. The shame, the scorn, love is worth the risk, Pyramus countered, his voice low and fierce, igniting the fire inside her. But those words held a haunting duality. Love was a flame, yet flames could consume. I would rather die than live without you." In the stillness, the tension crackled like the air before a storm. Time stretched and warped, and the night felt pregnant with possibility and dread. She nodded, though anxiety tightened her heart. "I will meet you, but promise me you'll wait, no matter how long it takes." "Always," he replied, sealing their fate with a vow that echoed through the marrow of his bones. As dusk surrendered to night, Thisbe slipped through the shadows, her feet silent against the cool earth. The world was a stage, each step a dance of anticipation and fear. The mulberry tree loomed ahead, its twisted branches silhouetted against the star-strewn sky, a sentinel for their love. Yet as she arrived, breathless and hopeful, her heart plummeted. He wasn't there. "Pyramus," she called, her voice trembling. Silence answered, thick and suffocating, wrapping around her like a shroud. She waited, counting heartbeats, each one a reminder of his absence. "Please," she whispered, a prayer lost to the night. Meanwhile, Pyramus paced like a caged beast, anxiety gnawing at him. Time slipped through his fingers like sand, and the stillness of the night morphed into an echo of dread. "Where are you?" he thought, his mind spiraling into dark corners. Each minute felt like an eternity, stretching and twisting until uncertainty became a living thing. He could see the shadows shifting beneath the mulberry tree, the branches swaying as if urging him forward. "Thisbe," he shouted, his voice raw, desperate. Then he saw her, a figure emerging from the dark, but it wasn't her. A wild animal, a lioness, prowled the edges of the clearing, its eyes glinting with hunger. Panic surged, sharp and icy. "No," he yelled, his heart racing, as he stepped closer, intent on protecting his love. But horror set in when he found her shawl, crimson and torn. The lioness had claimed its prize. A scream tore from his throat, a visceral cry that echoed through the night, resonating with grief and rage. "Thisbe!" He stumbled back, breathless, heart pounding against the walls of his chest. The shadows danced, mocking him, whispering cruel truths. He felt the world tilt, reality shattering like glass around him. "No, not like this," he gasped, the weight of despair crushing him. I remember the light in your eyes, the warmth of your smile. How could fate be so cruel?" With a single, reckless act born of pain, he took his dagger, the blade gleaming like the stars above, and plunged it into his heart. "I will find you, my love," he rasped, his voice choked with sorrow. The earth trembled as darkness engulfed him, a shroud swallowing his warmth. And in that moment, Thisbe appeared from the shadows, breathless and wide-eyed, hope fading to horror. She rushed to his side, the moonlight illuminating the truth that sliced through her. "Pyramus," she wailed, cradling his lifeless form against her, the warmth of his blood mingling with her tears. She felt the universe shudder, eternity collapsing around her. "I remember," her voice broke, the weight of love and loss crashing against her heart. "You promised." But promises dissolved in the face of death, and she felt her heart shatter into a million pieces. In a wild, desperate moment, she took the dagger from his hand, her own breath a sob of despair that echoed into the void. "I will not live in a world without you." The night wrapped around them, a tapestry woven with threads of love and loss, as the stars wept silently for two souls entwined in tragedy. The city continued its dance of life, oblivious to the profound depths of love and grief that lay hidden beneath the shadows of the mulberry tree. The air crackled with electricity. A storm brewed in the distance, thick clouds swirling like shadows of despair. I remember the moment when despair turned tangible, Nola standing at the edge of the precipice, his heart pounding as if it could break free from his chest and soar into the sky. The wind howled, a mournful cry echoing his turmoil, as he gazed into the void, the abyss of his choices, the depths of his love. Damayanti! Her name was a whisper on his lips, a prayer mixed with desperation. He could almost see her face, radiant as the moon, yet now veiled in darkness. She was lost in a world that spun away from him, trapped in the cruel hands of fate. Each heartbeat was a reminder of the trials that had driven them apart, the malicious fate that twisted their lives, the trickster who reveled in their suffering, a celestial game played by gods who knew not the weight of human hearts. The flames of their love had once danced brightly, flickering with hope and laughter, but those flames now flickered weakly in the storm. Nola, once a prince of unrivaled valor, felt like a shadow, lost in the maze of his own making. I remember the taste of ash in his mouth, the bitterness of his failures choking him, a gnawing emptiness where courage once resided. Each breath was a struggle against the tide of despair, every moment a battle against the creeping shadows that threatened to consume him. Across the distance, Damayanti stood in her own storm, trapped in a palace where walls whispered secrets of betrayal. The rich tapestries that adorned her chambers felt like chains, each thread woven with the expectations of a future that felt more like a prison. She longed for Nola, the memory of his laughter a ghost haunting her heart. The way he would catch her gaze, his eyes sparkling with mischief, now felt like a cruel joke played by the universe. I remember the day we met, she would whisper to the wind, her voice trembling with longing. The sun was setting, draping the world in gold, and in that moment, I thought I could touch the stars. But now, those stars felt so far away, like the dreams she once held close, the promise of a love that could conquer any storm now lay shattered at her feet. And yet, in the depths of their despair, a flicker of hope remained. Nola clenched his fists, feeling the pulse of determination surge through him. He would not surrender to the whims of fate. No more would he allow shadows to dictate the course of his heart. He could almost hear Damayanti's laughter, the melody of it echoing in the ruins of his spirit, urging him to rise, to fight, to claim back what was theirs. Love is an act of rebellion, he thought, the words igniting a fire in his soul. He would traverse the darkest paths, face the monsters that lurked in the corners of his mind, even if it meant tearing himself apart to find her again. The wind shifted, carrying with it a scent, a faint trace of jasmine, the very fragrance that once wrapped around them in the garden where promises were made. It was a siren's call, a reminder of everything worth fighting for. Damayanti, too, felt the stirrings of rebellion within her. She would not be a pawn in a celestial game. She gazed into the mirror, her reflection trembling with the weight of her resolve. "I will not be forgotten," she whispered fiercely, as if the very act of saying it could shatter the chains binding her. She was a warrior in her own right, her heart a battleground of hope and sorrow, and she would not fall silent in the face of despair. In the palace, the night grew heavy with secrets. Shadows danced around her, twisting and curling, but she stood tall. "I will find you, Nola," she vowed, like a promise etched into the stars. Each heartbeat synchronized with the rhythm of the universe, the clock ticking down towards their reunion. Time felt elastic, stretching in a way that seemed to mock their pain, yet she knew, if the universe could conspire against them, surely it could also weave their fate back together. The storm outside raged on, mirroring the tempest within. Lightning struck, illuminating Nola's face, the moment etching itself into his very being, a vow reflected in his eyes. "I will not succumb to darkness," he declared, a fierce proclamation that shot through the air like the thunder that followed. He began to walk, each step a defiance against despair, each movement a testament to his love. As he descended from the cliff where he stood as a sentinel of his own anguish, he could feel the ground shifting beneath him. The path was treacherous, filled with remnants of his past mistakes, but he pressed on, determined to turn every misstep into a stepping stone. The memories of laughter danced before him, flickers of warmth amidst the cold, haunting reality. "Damayanti, my queen, my light," he whispered into the night, a sound swallowed by the storm. But the cosmos listened. The stars blinked in response, as if weaving a tapestry that would guide him back to her. Each star a promise, a thread connecting their souls across the vast expanse of despair. And then, like a crack in the sky, the storm began to abate. Nola could see the outline of the palace in the distance, a silhouette against the fading storm. His heart raced, fueled by love and desperation. He would face whatever fate had in store, a warrior battling not just for his love, but for the very essence of his being. In the chambers of the palace, Damayanti felt the shift in the atmosphere. The walls whispered, and she turned, sensing the approach of destiny. Her heart thudded in rhythm with the storm's retreat, a drum signaling the return of hope. The shadows receded, revealing the strength she had buried deep beneath layers of expectation. "Tonight, I reclaim my love," she vowed, her voice a fierce whisper against the silence. The night clung to her like a lover, its embrace taut with anticipation, an energy crackling in the air. She could feel it, the pull of fate drawing her closer to Nolla, each heartbeat a step towards the inevitable clash of their worlds. The cosmos held its breath, the air thick with unspoken promises, as two souls, battered yet unyielding, charged towards each other, storm and calm, despair and hope, love's trials culminating into a moment that would echo through eternity. In that suspended breath, the world held a secret, a promise sealed by longing, waiting just beyond the horizon of the night. The earth trembles beneath a sky bruised with storm clouds, a harbinger of chaos. It is a silence that screams, a tension so thick it could snap. In the depths of that silence, Persephone stands on the threshold of despair, the weight of her heart dragging her down, roots of sorrow entwining with the very ground she walks upon. She can feel the pull of the underworld, the familiar tug of Hades, a figure both intoxicating and terrifying. Here, in this moment, she is caught between the fiery light of spring and the suffocating shadow of winter, a prisoner of two worlds. I remember the first time I met him, a flicker of darkness and allure. Hades didn't just capture me, he ensnared my very soul. I can still taste the bitterness of that first pomegranate seed, the sweet poison that bound me to him forever. It's a memory that haunts me. The vines of his kingdom coil around my thoughts, suffocating me with their cold embrace, yet I crave him like thirst in the desert. Oh, the irony of it all, the king of the dead who offered me life. But my heart thrums with an ache, I can never fully belong to him, can I? I am tethered to the sun, to the earth that once blossomed under my feet. Hades, standing in his obsidian throne, eyes like dark stars, glinting with secrets untold, and shadows whispering nightmares. I want to touch him, to feel the weight of his love, but fear binds my fingers. He exudes power, yet I sense the vulnerability lurking beneath his stoic facade. He is a man haunted by his own history, a ruler forged in the crucible of grief. Persephone, he calls, voice smooth like wine, yet there's an edge. Stay with me. The words are a spell, a siren song that pulls me closer to him. He knows the cost of my absence, the shards of sorrow he hides behind his gaze. But I am a daughter of the earth, born of petals and sunlight. How can I forsake my essence for the chill of the underworld? I fear that love, his love, will eclipse everything I am. Do you not see? I plead, anger and desperation intertwining. I am the spring, I cannot abide in your shadows forever. The echoes of my voice dissipate like smoke in the dim cavern. The walls shudder with the weight of my refusal, and I can almost hear the whispers of the shades surrounding us, specters of lost love, unfulfilled dreams. They coil around Hades, their voices a haunting symphony of what could be, what could have been, what will never be. Then why did you come, he retorts, the fury in his words like thunder. You came to me, a moth-seeking flame. His dark eyes blaze with intensity, and for a moment, I see the vulnerability beneath the anger, the fear of losing me, of being left alone in the shadows. But I cannot let that fear guide my decisions. The stakes are too high, the cost of my love too steep. I remember the laughter of the fields, the chaos of life above. My mother, Demeter, wailing for me, her grief a tempest that shakes the very foundations of Olympus. I cannot shatter that bond, cannot drown in the depths of this abyss, no matter how alluring Hades is. Yet, my heart betrays me. It beats for him, a steady drum of longing. Each pulse is a reminder of my fate, half of me is bound to winter, the other to the light of summer. How can I reconcile the two? Leave! I shout, and the word hangs in the still air, biting. I can't bear to see the flicker of heartache in his gaze, the flicker of betrayal that feels sharper than any blade. The ghosts begin to swirl, an eerie dance of shadows, taunting me with the bitter truth, love can be both a gift and a curse. Do not run from me, Hades growls, stepping forward, but there's a tremor in his voice, a crack in his armor. You cannot escape what you are. He reaches for me, and I flinch, the heat of his touch is both familiar and foreign. I want to be the light for him, the warmth that melts the ice encasing his heart. But my presence here in the underworld is a betrayal to the life I left behind. Why can't you understand? I cry, tears blurring my vision, a deluge of emotion spilling forth. I am not just your queen. I am the spring, the life that awakens the earth. To remain here means to forsake everything. The shadows grow restless, electric with tension, every spectre watching with bated breath. I can feel them, feel their sorrow intertwined with my own. They whisper of love lost, of choices made, and the cycle of rebirth that binds us all. It's a haunting, a harsh reminder of the entwined destinies we cannot escape. Then let us break the cycle, Hades murmurs, a softness that clashes with the tempest around us. Let us create our own. There's something ghostly in his tone, an echo of a promise that hangs in the air, heavy with possibility. Can we? I whisper, the question a thread pulling me closer to the abyss, closer to him. Can love transcend the bounds of fate? His answer is a heartbeat, a moment suspended in time, full of despair and hope. Together, we can rewrite our story. And in that suspended heartbeat, I feel the world around us shift, the shadows quiver, the darkness draws in like a breath, and suddenly, my heart is caught in a maelstrom of longing and fear. The air crackles, vibrant with the promise of rebirth, the cicadas singing a dirge of both life and death. But as I step closer, drawn into the orbit of his presence, I know that love is an unforgiving cycle. It is both a prison and a sanctuary, as eternal as the stars, as fleeting as a single bloom. The question remains, when the seasons shift again, when the earth gasps for air as I return to the surface, will love be enough to bridge the chasm between light and dark? I tremble, the earth beneath my feet pulses, and I realize that whatever the answer may be, the cycle will continue, as relentless as time itself. The shadows gather, and I stand at the crossroads of life and death, of light and darkness, forever entwined in the relentless dance of desire and fate. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing not far from the towering halls of Asgard. Freya stood at the edge of a cliff, her golden hair whipping wildly as the wind howled like 1,000 restless spirits. Below, the churning sea roared, waves crashing violently against the rocks, echoing the turmoil in her heart. She felt it, the ache of betrayal, sharp and relentless, like a dagger twisted in her chest. Odin. The name echoed in her mind, a haunting melody that danced between love and agony. I remember when the world felt bright, she whispered to the wind, her voice swallowed by the tempest. When laughter was enough to light the darkest nights. But those nights were long gone. Now, shadows stretched across her heart, memories tainted by the bitter taste of unfulfilled promises. Odin, the All-Father, stood at the entrance of his grand hall, a figure of strength cloaked in uncertainty. His gaze skimmed across the expanse of Asgard, yet he felt the weight of his choices, heavy as an iron crown. In his heart, a battle raged, one he fought alone. The gods had whispered of Freya's heart, of the way she illuminated even the darkest corners of his soul. Yet, the allure of power had blinded him, drawing him away from the very love that had once ignited his spirit. He remembered the quiet moments, the soft laughter they shared beneath the stars, their dreams intertwined like the constellations above. But dreams can twist into nightmares. The price of wisdom was steep, and he had sacrificed their love for knowledge, for visions that left him hollow. "What have I done?" he murmured, the words barely escaping his lips, a confession to the shadows that loomed ever closer. Freya's heart thundered as she turned away from the sea, the salt in the air mingling with the tears she refused to shed. She could still feel his presence, like a ghost at the edge of her consciousness, haunting, familiar, and achingly distant. "You chose power over me, Odin," she called into the void, her voice fierce yet trembling. "You chose knowledge over love, and now we're lost." The winds roared in response, as if the very cosmos were bearing witness to their plight. It was in this moment, suspended between anger and yearning, that Freya felt the boundaries of her heart stretch beyond measure. She had loved fiercely, recklessly, and now, as she stood against the storm, she realized that love was not merely a feeling, it was a tempest that could consume everything in its path. Odin could feel her pain, sharp and raw, slicing through the fog that clouded his thoughts. He stepped forward, each stride a testament to the conflict raging within. "Freya," he called, the name a prayer, a plea for redemption. "Forgive me. I am lost without you." Forgiveness, an elusive spectre that danced just beyond the reach of his heart. In the flickering light of distant torches, he saw her silhouette against the darkening sky, a figure both formidable and fragile. The realization struck him like lightning. This was not merely the conflict of gods but the struggle of souls entwined in an eternal dance of love and loss. Lost? Freya laughed, a sound that cut through the chaos, a bitter edge to her voice. You are not lost, Odin. You've simply chosen your path, and I am not a part of it. Her heart pounded, each beat echoing the desperate longing that surged within her. You sacrificed our love for the sake of your throne. You think wisdom grants you strength, but true strength lies in vulnerability, something you've forgotten. As she spoke, the shadows deepened, swirling around them like a gathering storm. Time itself felt twisted, the past and present colliding in a cacophony of emotions. Memories flickered before them, moments of stolen kisses, laughter shared beneath a bright moon, dreams woven into the very fabric of their beings. But those moments had become ghosts, fading like the last light of day. Odin's chest constricted, a hollow ache where hope once thrived. I did it for us, he shouted, the desperation spilling from him like blood from an open wound. For our future. You must see that. Do you even hear yourself? Freya's voice trembled with a fierce intensity. You think power will fill the void? You think a crown can replace the warmth of my heart? You've turned your back on the very thing that makes you whole. The air thickened with unspoken words, the weight of their shared history pressing down like an iron shroud. Freya took a step back, the abyss of his choices yawning wide between them. The rift felt insurmountable, yet her heart throbbed with an unrelenting hope, a flicker of light in the encroaching darkness. I remember the night we danced under the stars, she murmured, her voice softening as she fought against the tide of despair. You held me close, whispering promises that now lie shattered. I remember the way your laughter could chase away the shadows, how it entwined with mine like a sweet melody. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes, but she would not let them fall. Not now, not in this moment of reckoning. Odin's heart clenched, the memories crashing against him like the waves below. I remember too, he breathed, a haunted look in his eyes. But I also remember the visions, the prophecies that warned us of destruction. I thought I could save us. I thought I could save you. By sacrificing everything we were. Freya's voice wavered, caught between fury and pain. You thought power would protect me? You thought wisdom could shield us from the storm? You were wrong, Odin. You were so very wrong. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating their faces for a brief moment, a glimpse of the raw emotion that simmered beneath the surface. It was then that they both realized, their love was not the simple fairy tale of heroes, it was a tempest, a force of nature that could tear them apart or bring them back together. I will fight for you, Odin vowed, desperation threading through his words. I will reclaim what I've lost. I will defy the cosmos itself if it means having you by my side. Freya's heart ached at his words, a flicker of warmth igniting amidst the coldness that surrounded them. But hope was a fragile thing, easily shattered. And what if I'm no longer here when you come back? She asked, fear lacing her tone. What if the storm takes me, too? An eerie silence enveloped them, the world holding its breath. In that moment, the storm seemed to pause, waiting for their decision, their choice. The winds whispered secrets, old as time, reminding them both of the fragile balance between love and loss, hope and despair. Freya and Odin stood on the precipice, two souls caught in the turmoil of their own making, bound by love yet irrevocably torn apart. Their eyes locked, a silent understanding passing between them, the weight of their choices heavy on their shoulders. The struggle was far from over, it had only just begun, a tempest that would rage through the very fabric of their existence, echoing through the halls of Asgard and beyond. And as the skies darkened, the storm once again unleashed its fury, both gods stood resolute, their hearts beating in defiance against the chaos. Here, in this moment, in this shared pain and undeniable love, the story would continue to unfold, a relentless dance of shadows and light, heartache and hope, a struggle that would never truly end. The wind howled like a lost soul, cutting through the night, a chill that clawed at your skin, stealing warmth and breath. I stood in the middle of an empty street, shadows twisting like phantoms, twisting into memories I couldn't shake. Snow fell softly, each flake a teardrop from a sky too sorrowful to speak. I could feel the air thick with silence, a waiting, a yearning. Then, I saw her. Yuki-onna, the snow woman, standing there with hair like moonlight cascading around her shoulders, skin pale as the driven snow that surrounded us. Her eyes were two dark pools, reflective and deep, hinting at a sorrow wrapped in unfathomable beauty. She gazed at me, and in that moment, time twisted and turned, bending around the weight of our shared longing. I could feel my heart pounding, a frantic rhythm, a desperate plea. Across the street, there was Tokishi, his face a mask of confusion and fear. He had lost something, someone, a piece of himself that danced with shadows. His heart thudded painfully in his chest, a haunting melody of regret and desire. I watched him as he staggered, weaving through the thickening snow, I searching for solace in the ghostly figure before him. There was a history, a bond that shimmered in the air between him and Yuki-onna, a warmth buried beneath layers of icy sorrow. Yuki, he whispered, the name hanging in the air like a forgotten promise. The very sound of it sent a rippling wave of emotion through me. I remembered how he would talk about her, how he would smile at the thought of her laughter, warm and inviting like a hearth in winter. But this was no hearth. This was a graveyard of dreams, where love had turned to frost. Yuki-onna began to move, gliding rather than walking, a silver spectre caught between worlds. Her breath formed clouds of mist as she approached Tokishi, coming to life with each step, an ephemeral dance of despair. "You shouldn't have come here," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in an autumn wind, echoing with a sorrow that made my skin prickle. "You know I cannot bring you warmth." Tokishi's hands trembled, reaching out, desperate to bridge the chasm between them. "But I can't let you go, Yuki. I love you." His voice broke, and the words shattered the stillness like glass, cutting through the cold air, raw and bleeding. I remember the nights we spent under the cherry blossoms, the laughter, the light. You were my world. The snow fell heavier, thick and suffocating. I could feel the weight of his memories pulling him down, dragging him into a void where hope withered like forgotten flowers. Yuki-onna's eyes flickered, a moment of hesitation, a fleeting glimpse of the warmth she once held for him. "Love is a flame that burns bright, but it also consumes," she whispered, each word heavy with despair. "To love me is to accept the cold, the darkness. It is to know loss." And there it was, the truth wrapped in a shroud of ice, a truth that echoed in the hollow chambers of my heart. Tokishi's breath hitched as the realization crashed over him like a winter storm, bitter and relentless. "I would do anything for you." His voice cracked, and I could see the shadows of doubt swirling around him. "I'd face the cold." You don't understand." Yuki-onna's voice rang out, sharp and cutting through the air, a blade wrapped in silk. "I am a ghost, a memory, a curse. You cannot follow me into the void. You will be lost." A silence fell, heavy as the snow, and for a moment, I could almost taste the despair. The scene was a tableau of yearning, the past colliding with the present, hope battling against the inevitable. My heart raced as I watched Tokishi struggle with his emotions, each pulse an echo of the love he could not relinquish, and yet could not hold. "I remember," he breathed again, his voice barely a whisper. "I remember your smile, your laughter. I remember our dreams." He took a step closer, defiance igniting the depths of his soul. "Are you really willing to let that die?" Yuki-onna's expression softened, a fleeting warmth illuminating her icy exterior. But the wind howled again, a reminder of her reality, and I felt that darkness creeping in, wrapping around her like a vice. "Love fades when the dawn breaks. I am the night, Tokishi. I am the frost that will cover everything you hold dear." With each word, I felt the chill seep into my bones, a reminder of the fragility of love. It was a dance of shadows, bright moments swallowed by darkness, a flicker of hope set against an encroaching despair. I could almost hear the clock ticking, time slipping away like grains of sand between fingers. And then, suddenly, the air thickened, there was an energy rising, a storm brewing within the stillness. Tokishi's resolve hardened, and in that moment, he was both man and ghost, caught between the warmth of love and the cold death of loss. "I would rather be lost with you than whole without you." The wind howled louder, an echo of anguish, an ominous herald of what was to come. I could see the shimmer of tears in Yuki-onna's eyes, a reflection of the moonlight, the pain of love that was both a blessing and a curse. "You are brave, Tokishi, but bravery can lead to ruin." And it was there, the fracture between love and loss, the heart-wrenching decision unraveling before us, pulling at the very fabric of their souls. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a drum of inevitability. I could feel the earth beneath us tremble, the weight of their emotions pressing against the cold indifference of the world. The snow began to swirl, a furious dance of white, as if even the heavens understood the gravity of this moment. "Choose," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the gale. "Choose to let go, or be frozen in time, forever." In that freezing silence, I felt the chill seep deeper, a reminder of how love can both burn and freeze, how it can consume and forsake. The shadows loomed larger, threatening to engulf them both. And as I stood amidst it all, I understood, completely and utterly, that this moment was not an ending but a beginning, a chaos, a dance of light and dark, forever intertwined. The resolution hung in the air, a breath held in anticipation, a heartbeat waiting to echo through the night. The thunder roared above the peaks, a shuddering growl that rattled the very bones of the earth. I stood there, at the edge of the cliff, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat as the wind howled like a banshee, carrying the scent of pine and something far darker, fear. The sky churned, and for a moment, I felt as if the universe was collapsing in on itself, spiraling into chaos, just like my life. Kintaro, a child of the mountains, stood beside me, fists clenched and jaw set. His dark eyes glistened with a fervor that bordered on madness. "We can't turn back now," he said, voice urgent yet tinged with a tremor of doubt. The ground beneath us trembled as if the mountain itself was alive, angry, and I thought of the stories, the ancient whispers of the woman of the mountain, the one who lured men into her embrace, only to consume their souls. I shivered, not just from the cold, but from the deep, gnawing fear that curled in my stomach. I remember the tales told by the flickering light of a dying fire, where shadows danced and the line between reality and myth blurred like a dream. They spoke of Kintaro, the boy who wrestled bears and danced with the wild, a figure of strength and loyalty. Yet here he stood, trembling, not from the chill, but from an insatiable need to protect something, someone, deeper than the roots of the mountains themselves. "Do you love her?" I asked, the words slipping from my lips before I could catch them. A question laden with vulnerability, heavy as a stone. Kintaro glanced away, eyes flickering like candle flames caught in a sudden draft. Love had a strange way of twisting hearts, it was both a blessing and a curse. "I remember the first time I saw her," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "She was like light breaking through the darkest forest, a goddess among mere mortals." His voice cracked, the weight of his confession almost too much to bear. "I vowed to protect her." But protect her from what? From the mountain's wrath? From the shadows that whispered her name? The storm clouds rolled in, dark and ominous, filling the sky with a sense of foreboding. A chill crept into my bones, and I could feel the air thickening with tension, each breath heavy with an unspoken dread. The woman of the mountain was more than a mere legend, she was the embodiment of every fear we held close, every desire we buried deep. A memory flickered in my mind, a tale whispered under the veil of night. She was a spectre of beauty and danger, weaving her magic through the hearts of men, and once ensnared, there was no escape. I shivered, thinking of Kintaro's loyalty, so fierce, so raw, and yet so dangerously misplaced. "Do you think love can conquer all?" I asked, my voice trembling. Kintaro turned to me, eyes ablaze, his resolve hardening like steel. "It has to," he replied fiercely. "If it doesn't, then what are we fighting for?" But the truth clawed at my heart, a relentless beast. Love was not always enough. The shadows whispered louder, curling around my thoughts, and I could almost hear their taunting laughter, echoing the fates of those whom the mountain had claimed. "What if she doesn't want to be saved?" I breathed, the words fraught with the weight of realization. Kintaro flinched, his expression torn. I saw the flicker of doubt cross his face, a crack in the armor of his unwavering loyalty. "She's not like that," he insisted, but his voice wavered, and I could feel the tremors of his heart beneath his bravado. The wind picked up, howling like a mournful spirit, as if it too was warning us, telling us to turn back. The ground shifted, rocks crumbling beneath our feet, threatening to send us tumbling into the abyss. Panic clawed at my throat. "Kintaro!" I shouted, the urgency crashing over me like a wave. What if she's the storm? What if she's the one that will destroy everything? His eyes narrowed, fierce as a wolf protecting its den. I won't let that happen. I will fight for her. And there it was, his unwavering loyalty. A force so potent that it could shatter mountains, yet so fragile it threatened to break him. I watched as he squared his shoulders, preparing to face the tempest, the depths of his love a tumultuous sea swirling beneath the surface. I could taste the salt of his determination, the bitterness of fear mixed with the sweetness of hope. But as the thunder cracked overhead, drowning out the echoes of our conversation, I felt the weight of inevitability press down upon us. The myths held truth, and history had a way of consuming those who dared to challenge it. Kintaro was a warrior, but what if love was the true battlefield? What if loyalty turned into chains, binding him to a fate he could not escape? As the storm unleashed its fury, I turned my gaze up to the mountain, a towering silhouette against the darkened sky. The shadows shifted and danced, and I could almost see her there, a ghostly figure, half-formed, alluring, and terrifying all at once. Kintaro stepped forward, resolute, and I felt my heart race, caught between fear for him and admiration for his bravery. Love had a way of consuming, of shattering the soul and rebuilding it in the flames of sacrifice. He looked back at me, eyes fierce, yet a tremor of uncertainty lingered there. "Whatever happens, promise me you'll remember me," he said, and those words hung heavy in the air, a haunting melody that echoed against the storm. "Always," I whispered, though I wasn't sure if I could bear the weight of that promise. The wind howled, and the world around us blurred, the line between love and loyalty, between victory and despair, disappearing into the chaos of the storm. In that moment, with the mountain looming and fate whispering its cruel secrets, I realized that our hearts were tied to the myths and legends that had shaped us. And as the tempest raged, I could only watch helplessly as Kintaro stepped into the eye of the storm, ready to confront a love that could either save him or consume him whole. The air crackled ominously, thick with unspoken words, as Balder stood at the edge of the world, gazing into the endless night. The stars above flickered like dying candles, their light struggling to pierce the veil of shadows that encased him. Time felt suspended, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for an inevitable turmoil that loomed just beyond the horizon. He could feel it in the marrow of his bones, a prophecy whispered by the winds, something wicked was coming, and it could take everything he held dear. He closed his eyes and tried to summon the warmth of Nana, her laughter, like sunlight spilling through the dark. But it was only an echo now, hollow and distant. Each memory twisted like a knife, plunging deeper into his heart. Why did love feel like both a balm and a wound? Why did the very essence of joy carry the weight of despair? "I remember," he whispered, the words slipping through his lips like a secret. "I remember the first time I saw her, standing in a glade where the trees parted like curtains, revealing the dawn. She was a vision, a dream that had taken flesh. I thought the world had shifted on its axis, that nothing could ever touch us. How foolish I was." The laughter of the gods turned bitter, echoing through the halls of Asgard like ghosts. They knew the tale, the sweetness of it, and yet the bitter end that loomed like a guillotine over their heads. In their divine halls of golden light, they feasted, while Balder stood alone, a solitary figure against an encroaching storm. Nana was in the city of the living, surrounded by laughter and light, yet imprisoned by shadows she couldn't shake. Even in the midst of revelry, her heart felt heavy with a sense of dread, a feeling that time was slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. She remembered Balder's face, his smile that could light the darkest corners of her soul, and it frightened her. "Why do I fear?" she would often ask, the question hanging in the air like a ghost. "Am I destined to lose him?" The thought gnawed at her, a ravenous animal tearing at the fabric of her being. She felt trapped in a world that seemed to conspire against their love, the shadows around her growing darker as the days passed. Outside her window, the world bustled, a cacophony of life, vibrant and pulsing. Yet, inside, silence reigned. I remember, she would murmur to herself, clutching the fabric of her dress as if to hold onto something real. I remember the way he looks at me, as if I am the sun, the moon, the stars. But what if I am just a flicker, a dying flame? The gods, in their arrogance, neglected the signs. Balder's laughter rang louder than thunder, yet it was fragile, a song that could shatter at any moment. And Nanna, with her heart entwined in his, felt the tremors of impending loss ripple through her. She sat in a garden of roses, thorns woven into the very fabric of beauty, every petal a reminder of how love could cut deep. The moon rose high, casting a silvery sheen over the earth, illuminating the darkness that encroached upon them. It was a night like any other, yet the air felt electric, charged with a tension that made the blood hum in their veins. Balder, with his heart on fire, sought out the ancient seer, hoping to quell the gnawing fears that clawed at his spirit. "Tell me," he implored, desperation lacing his voice. "Will I see the end of this darkness? Will I keep Nanna safe?" The seer's eyes were wells of sorrow as she looked into the depths of his soul. "Love is a tempest, young god," she replied, her voice a haunting melody that echoed in the night. "It can bring both ecstasy and ruin. You are bound to her, but fate weaves a tangled web. Beware the shadows, they are not merely darkness but the harbingers of what is to come." "Shadows," Balder muttered, the word tasting bitter, like ash on his tongue. Why must there always be shadows? He could feel them creeping closer, wrapping around his heart, squeezing until the air grew thin. Nanna lay awake, haunted by dreams, visions of Balder, lost to a darkness that swallowed the light. She reached out, as if grasping for something just out of reach, but it was always a phantom, a flicker of what could be. "I remember," she whispered, tears pooling in her eyes. "I remember the way the sun danced in his hair, the warmth of his touch. And yet, here I lie, frozen in fear." The clock ticked relentlessly, a heartbeat in the silence, counting down the moments until destiny would strike. Nanna rose from her bed, drawn towards the window, as if it could offer her answers hidden in the stars. "What if love is not enough?" she breathed, the words heavy with despair. And then, in that fragile silence, the earth trembled. A sense of foreboding filled the air, thick and suffocating. Nanna felt it deep within her, an alarm bell ringing in her soul. "Balder," she cried out into the night, a call that echoed through the cosmos, reaching for the one who held her heart. But the shadows laughed, and Balder, lost in his own fears, couldn't hear her. He stood on the precipice of despair, and in that moment, time fractured, splintered like glass, scattering their hopes across a vast, starless night. A confrontation loomed, the clash of love and fate ready to tear them apart, yet neither could see it coming. "I remember," Balder whispered to the wind, and the wind mourned, echoing his heartache back to him. This was the moment, the heartbeat before the storm, the silence before the shattering. They were bound by love, yet tangled in fate, and the world continued to turn, unaware of the heartbreak that would echo through eternity. The hall roared with the weight of silence, a stillness so profound it felt like the calm before a tempest. Shadows flickered along the great wooden beams, dancing like specters eager to remind the living of their fleeting existence. The air was thick with the scent of mead and the echoes of laughter, but beneath it all lay an undercurrent of dread, a pulse that thrummed like a war drum in the distance. I stood there, heart thumping in my chest, an unwanted guest in a moment that felt eternal. Beowulf, a mountain of a man, was the embodiment of valor, a warrior whose fame echoed like thunder across the moors. Yet in this moment, his eyes, those fierce blue orbs, betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. His fists, clenched at his sides, were white-knuckled, veins throbbing with the promise of violence. He was not merely a hero, he was a man wrestling with the enormity of loyalty and love, with the jagged edges of fate nipping at his heels. And in the shadow of him stood Wealhtheow, the queen, a flame in the darkness, her presence both fierce and fragile. I remember how she moved, a queen draped in silk and sorrow, her gaze piercing through the laughter like a blade. There was a tenderness in her eyes, a fierce loyalty to her people and a fierce love that shaped her every breath. They had forged a bond in the fiery crucible of battle, a bond that now trembled at the thought of impending doom. Her voice, when she spoke, was like honey laced with the bitter taste of fear, an invocation that sought to bind the hearts of men and women alike in the face of unspeakable terror. Beowulf, she called, her voice a melody that sought to soothe the savage beast gnawing at his resolve. You must promise me, but her words hung in the air like the heavy mist that blanketed the marshes at dawn. They were words unspoken but understood, as if the silence itself had wrapped its tendrils around them, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. The loyalty demanded of him surged in his veins. The weight of her love was both a blessing and a curse. Time seemed to slow, stretching each moment into infinity. I could feel the tension ripple through the hall. The warriors were restless, the air thick with anticipation. Outside, the wind howled like a lost soul, a harbinger of the chaos that awaited them. Grendel's shadow loomed larger with each passing heartbeat, and I could almost hear the beast's growls echoing in the distance. It was a reminder that glory came at a price, and that price was often the blood of the innocent. "Queen," Beowulf said, his voice low, gravelly, yet tender enough to cradle her fear. "I will fight for you, for your people, for the very essence of what we hold dear. But do not ask me to promise what fate has yet to reveal." It was a truth that hung between them, a fragile thread woven from love and loyalty, binding them even as it threatened to snap. She stepped closer, the warmth of her presence an antidote to the encroaching chill. "Then let your heart be your shield, and your spirit the sword. For should you fall, I will bear the weight of your absence as long as I breathe. I cannot, will not, let you face this alone." Her words dripped with conviction, a fierce declaration that sent shivers down my spine. It was a moment of raw, unfiltered emotion, a heart laid bare before the storm. Suddenly, a crash thundered outside, reverberating through the hall like a death knell, shattering the fragile peace. The warriors leapt to their feet, faces flushed with adrenaline, eyes wild with anticipation. I felt the air crackle with electric tension, the moment before the hunt began, the primal instinct to fight or flee surging within them. But within that chaos, Beowulf remained still, a tree rooted against the gale. "Well, Theo," he breathed, a name saturated with the weight of promise and peril. "I will return to you. This is my vow." The intensity of his gaze met hers, a magnetic force that seemed to suspend time itself. The world faded away, leaving only the two of them, locked in a moment that transcended words, a connection that pulsed like a heartbeat in the dark. And then he was gone, a streak of light in the encroaching darkness, a warrior charging headfirst into the abyss, where honor awaited him with blooded hands. I could feel the ache of her heart as she watched him disappear into the night, a flame flickering against the winds of despair. The tension coiled tighter within her, the shadows swallowing her whole. The hall grew quieter, whispers swirling like phantom echoes, the warriors now mere ghosts in their own right. I could see her shoulders trembling, the stoic mask cracking, revealing the raw, unfiltered dread that threatened to consume her. "Come back to me," she whispered, the plea a fragile prayer ascent into the night. "Let love be your armor, and loyalty your guide." And as darkness wrapped around her like a shroud, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The battle was not merely against Grendel, but against fate itself, against the unseen threads that wove their lives together with both love and tragedy. Each heartbeat resonated with the question that loomed in the air, echoing in the hall like a ghostly refrain: what price must be paid when love and loyalty collide in the face of battle? In the silence that followed, I could almost hear the clock ticking, the universe holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of wills, of love, loyalty, and the darkness that threatened to consume them all. The night lingered, heavy with portent, and soon, the world would erupt into chaos, where every choice would lead to irrevocable change, and the fates of Beowulf and Wealhtheow would be entwined forever in the tapestry of time. The sun hung low in the sky, a furious red eye bleeding into the horizon, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape. Each pulse of its dying light felt like a countdown, a prelude to chaos. Atalanta stood at the edge of the starting line, her heart racing like a wild animal trapped in a cage. The air crackled with tension, the promise of competition thick enough to taste a bitter tang that clung to her tongue. Muffled whispers of the crowd brushed against her, a tide of expectation rising, crashing against her resolve. I remember the moment so vividly, the way the world narrowed down to the sound of my breath, my body poised like a bowstring ready to snap. 1,000 eyes bore down on me, 1,000 hopes and fears, but none more palpable than the weight of my own. They called me a huntress, fierce and untamed, but today I felt raw and vulnerable, standing at the precipice of destiny. A challenge hung in the air: run, or be lost forever. Then there was Hippomenes, standing just a breath away yet impossibly far. His presence was magnetic, a flicker of something unsettling in the depths of his gaze. He was the challenger, the man who would risk everything to win me. I could see the fire in his eyes, the way his hands trembled with barely contained ambition. Did he know the price of this race? Did he understand that to win meant to stake a claim on my heart, a heart bound by the chains of my own fierce independence? I remember the first time I met him. It was a fleeting moment, like catching a glimpse of a shooting star. He was everything I wasn't, bold and reckless. My stomach twisted at the thought of his determination, his refusal to yield. Yet beneath that bravado, I sensed a vulnerability, a fear that gnawed at him like a ravenous wolf. He was more than a competitor, he was a mirror reflecting my struggles, my desires. The crowd held its breath, anticipation thick as smoke. Time seemed to stretch, and in that stillness, I felt the weight of my lineage, the legacy of warriors and hunters. My heart thundered. I was Atalanta, daughter of the great Arcadian king, molded by the wildness of the woods. But here, in this moment, I found myself questioning everything. What did I truly want? Victory, or something far more elusive? The signal sounded, a piercing blast that shattered the silence. Adrenaline surged through my veins like wildfire, and I bolted forward, the ground beneath me a blur of earth and stone. I could hear Hippomenes behind me, the determination in his footsteps echoing my own. Each stride I took was both liberating and suffocating, the thrill of the chase battling against the tightening grip of fear. Each heartbeat reverberated in my ears, a relentless drum urging me to push harder, to outrun not just him, but the shackles of expectation. But there was no escaping the inevitable, the dark shadow of doubt that fluttered at the edges of my mind. What if I lost? Not just the race, but the very essence of who I was. The thought snaked through me like a cold wind, whispering that perhaps love was a more treacherous ground than any race. Hippomenes surged past me, a flash of golden hair and relentless spirit. I gasped, a jolt of disbelief tightening my chest. He was catching up, his speed a reckless abandon that left me breathless. I pushed harder, my muscles screaming in protest, every ounce of my being focused on the finish line. Yet, amid the thrill of pursuit, there was an unfamiliar pang, the jealousy, perhaps. He wanted me, yet he was also a rival. Could love and competition coexist without tearing us apart? I remember the trickery of fate, the way the world swayed beneath our feet. As Hippomenes ran, he scattered golden apples, glistening orbs that caught the sunlight, each one a beacon of distraction. I could hear the gasps of the crowd, feel the pulse of their excitement, but a part of me felt lost in the allure of those shimmering fruits. My instinct screamed to keep running, but temptation wrapped around me like a vine, holding me back with whispers of curiosity. Each apple he dropped was a moment of hesitation, a tantalizing choice. If I took one, would it steal away my focus? Or would it deepen my understanding of him, of the complexities behind this race? In that heartbeat of indecision, I glimpsed the shadows of our lives, two souls tethered by competition, yet yearning for connection. I reached for an apple, the coolness of its surface sending shivers through me. A decision made, yet with consequences I could scarcely understand. The race unfolded like a tempest, caught between the thrill of speed and the weight of desire. Every step toward the finish line felt like a step toward him, a surrender to the relentless pull of something greater than myself. But as I neared the end, a chill gripped my heart. What would win out in the end? Honor or love? Victory or vulnerability? The finish line loomed ahead, a gaping maw that promised everything and nothing. I saw the panic in Hippomenes' eyes, the same fear I felt, fear of losing, fear of winning, fear of what it meant to truly connect. The specter of competition hung heavily above us, taunting and teasing with visions of what lay ahead. And in that moment, everything converged, the race, the love, the ghosts of our choices. I ran not just to win, but to find my place in a world that demanded so much of me. The echoes of our footsteps merged into a symphony of hope and despair, each beat a reminder that love is a race, one that twists and turns, one that leaves you breathless and yearning, even as it threatens to tear you apart. I remember, oh, how fiercely I remember, that moment where love and competition collided, where hearts raced and destinies hung in the balance. The sun dipped lower, and the shadows surged as we approached the end, neither of us willing to yield, both of us desperate to find a way to win beyond the finish line. Time held its breath, and so did I, locked forever in the thrilling dance of urgency and desire. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed across an inky sky, illuminating the dark and twisted path where shadows seemed to pulse with life. I stood there, breathless, as a chilling croak echoed through the stillness. It clawed at my heart like a desperate plea, a promise of something long forgotten. I wasn't alone. There was a girl beside me, her eyes wide and reflecting the fear I felt, yet she also bore a flicker of hope, defiance. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Every syllable was a fragile thing, teetering on the brink of despair. I nodded, though my throat felt tight, as if the air itself had turned to stone. The creature lurked just beyond the shadows, its presence palpable, thickening the air around us with an unshakable dread. "Let's go," I said, though my feet felt rooted to the ground. The frog, or whatever it was, croaked again, a sound that resonated like a warning bell through the night. It wasn't merely an animal, it was a harbinger of something more sinister. Back in the village, tales had spun around the fire, each story darkening the heart. A cursed prince transformed, trapped in a body not his own, condemned to live in a murky pond until love broke the spell. But what if the love was never enough? She shivered beside me, drawing her cloak tighter, and I felt the warmth of her presence, the magnetic pull of longing that had grown in the quiet moments we shared. "What if we're too late?" Her voice broke the silence, trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that time wasn't linear, that this would lead us somewhere beautiful or terrible, but the words froze in my chest. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled violently, and from the darkness leaped a figure, tall, gaunt, and draped in shadows. It was the Frog Prince himself, eyes glinting like twin stars caught in the throes of a nightmare. "You came," he croaked, each word a struggle, a reminder of the weight he bore. "Why have you come?" "A curse binds you," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, each word heavy with the gravity of our situation. "But we can help." Help? I wondered what that truly meant. What did love look like in the face of such despair? Did it wash away the grime of history, or did it merely coat it, glossing over the rot? The girl beside me stepped forward, emboldened, her voice cutting through the night like a shard of glass. "You're more than what you've become." The intensity of her declaration shattered the stillness, a spark igniting the hushed air. He recoiled, not from her words, but from the truth they held. "You don't know me," he croaked, each syllable dripping with anguish. "You don't know what I've done." An unwelcome chill surged through me, the weight of his confessions hanging in the air, a noose tightening around our throats. "I remember," he began, his voice cracking like old stone. "I remember a life filled with laughter, with love, before it all turned to this." He gestured to his slimy, mottled skin, a grotesque form that spoke of lost humanity. I could see it then, the flicker of a man trapped beneath layers of shame. "I was vain," he whispered, haunted by regret. "I thought beauty was all that mattered." As he spoke, the girl's fingers brushed against mine, a lifeline in the tempest. We were drawn together, enveloped in that fleeting moment, hearts beating as one against the cold embrace of fear. "We can break the curse," she urged, standing firm before the creature, her voice a beacon in the night. "You need only to believe." Believe! The frog's laughter ricocheted through the air, a hollow sound that echoed with despair. "What do you know of belief?" "It is a cruel mistress, a fickle friend." "I know it can change everything," she replied, her tone softening. "Love is not just an illusion. It is a force powerful enough to overcome any darkness." I watched her, awestruck by the way she stood unwavering, even as the shadows danced around us, mocking her bravery. But the prince, a man once revered, now a ghost of his former self, was caught in a storm of self-loathing. Each kiss I sought, each promise I broke, left my heart colder, he confessed, his eyes flickering with something like hope and despair all at once. "What if love is not enough?" "It must be!" I shouted, the words escaping my lips like a desperate prayer. "What if everything you've endured leads to this moment? What if you're not as lost as you think?" A moment hung suspended in time, thick with tension, as the frog's gaze bore into mine. His eyes were deep wells of sorrow, reflecting years of isolation and regret. I could almost hear the clock ticking, counting down the seconds that could define us all. And then, with a trembling breath, he stepped forward, and the darkness surrounding him seemed to waver. Perhaps you are right," he murmured. "Perhaps love could change me." My heart raced, each pulse a drumbeat of hope and fear. But in love, there was always a price to pay, a sacrifice to be made. The girl's hand tightened around mine, her warmth igniting a fire within me, a reminder of what was at stake. In that moment, I felt the universe shift, the very air crackled with possibility, the night alive with whispered secrets. We stood there, on the precipice of transformation, caught between the past and the future. And just as the moon cast its glow over us, a realization dawned. The curse, like time, had no end. It simply morphed into something else entirely. "Let us try," I said, my voice steady, as if I was voicing a truth I hadn't fully grasped until that moment. "Let us be the light in this darkness." With those words, the air thickened, and I felt the weight of the world upon us, the expectation, the fear, the unbridled joy of what could come next. How did we get here? How could we even hope to break the spell? Yet somehow, standing there in that moonlit clearing, it felt possible. And in that charged moment, as the shadows danced around us and the echoes of the night whispered forgotten promises, the line between love and transformation blurred, leaving us suspended in a reality that was both terrifying and beautifully alive. The moon hung low, a ghostly pearl suspended in an ocean of midnight, casting silver shadows on the trembling earth. I could feel the pulse of the night, the omnipresent energy that ignited the air with a raw, electric anticipation. The cries of crickets filled the silence, a cacophony that echoed the chaos within my heart. I stood there, breathless, as the weight of the world pressed down, heart racing like a drum, beating out a rhythm of longing and dread. Kagaya, that ethereal beauty, stood before me, the embodiment of allure and sorrow. Her eyes shimmered with the wisdom of ages, 1,000 lifetimes reflected in their depths. Yet, tonight, they were pools of despair. "They're coming for me," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread woven with fear. I could see the tremor in her lips, the way her hands trembled as she clutched the fabric of her robe, a desperate attempt to hold onto something tangible in a world spiraling into madness. I remember the first time I saw her, the way she seemed to float, a vision born from the dreams of men. A fleeting thought struck me then, a reminder that beauty often danced dangerously close to tragedy. But this was more than mere beauty, this was a celestial being caught in the snare of human emotions, tethered to a world that would never understand her. Behind me, the sound of hoofbeats thundered, a harbinger of doom. The Emperor's guards, relentless in their pursuit, were a storm of armor and rage, their shouts piercing the night like arrows aimed at the heart of hope. I felt a swell of anger rising within me, the kind of fury that ignites the soul, compelling one to protect what is sacred. "You can't let them take you," I said, my voice thick with desperation. "You're meant for the stars, Kagaya, not this cruel earth." She turned her gaze to the heavens, where the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, so far, yet so achingly close. "Every star is a memory, a fragment of something I cannot hold," she murmured, her voice a haunting melody that resonated in the night. "Each one whispers of love and loss, of a longing that transcends even the cosmos." My heart ached at her words, the truth of them wrapping around me like a shroud. And then there was him, Tori no Okina, the bamboo cutter, the man whose heart was torn between duty and an overwhelming love. He had found Kagaya and brought her into our world, but now, he stood at the crossroads of fate, unable to decide which path to take. His face was a mask of turmoil, eyes flickering like candles caught in a tempest. "I thought I could protect you," he said, anguish spilling from his lips. "But I didn't know the cost would be so high." The sky crackled above us, the tension palpable, as if the universe itself held its breath. The guards were closing in, their shadows stretching like dark fingers, reaching for Kagaya, longing to drag her back into their reality. I felt the ground shake beneath me, the tremors of fate quaking through my bones. Love, in its purest form, was a weapon, but it was also a curse, one that could shatter the very fabric of existence. "Do you love me?" Kagayaheim's voice cut through the chaos, an echo of vulnerability that layered the night's tension with an unbearable weight. It was a question laced with fear, like a whisper carried on the wind, urging me to choose. But how do I answer when love itself is as vast as the cosmos and as fleeting as stardust? I remember the way your laughter dances through the air, how it wraps around me like sunlight breaking through storm clouds, I confessed, pouring my soul into each word. But the truth is, I'm terrified. Terrified of losing you, terrified that love might not be enough. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a silent scream echoing the fear of what lay ahead. Love is never enough, she replied, her gaze drifting back to the stars, a tear glistening like a diamond on her cheek. But it is everything. It is the fire that consumes and the gentle breeze that whispers of hope. It is the reason we fight, even when the odds are against us. And then it hit me, the realization that love was not just a feeling but a force, a tempest that could either bind us together or tear us apart. The guards surged forward, their chants of authority growing louder, a grim symphony heralding her fate. In that moment, I understood that Kagayaheim was a part of the cosmos, a celestial being who belonged not to me, but to the stars. The space between us crackled with energy, a magnetic pull that defied the very laws of nature. You must go, I said, urgency flooding my voice as I stepped closer, desperate to shield her from the approaching storm. Run, Kagayaheim. Don't look back. You were meant for the heavens, not this prison of earthly desires. I reached for her hand, a moment suspended in time, the air thick with unspoken words. But she hesitated, the weight of her choice anchoring her to the ground. I could feel the warmth of her skin, a fleeting reminder of the life we could never share. In that heartbeat, I felt the universe shrink, our dreams colliding like stars destined to burn out in a blaze of glory. Then, a beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating her face with an otherworldly glow. No, she said, shaking her head, defiance etched into her delicate features. I will not be taken from here, from you. The guards were a breath away, their eyes hungry, their intentions clear. I could sense the reality of loss clawing at the edges of my consciousness, a ghost of what could have been. Each second felt like an eternity, the world around us fading into an echo of distant memories. Stars twinkled above, a reminder of the infinite possibilities and the tragic inevitability of time. As I stood there, on the precipice of heartbreak, I realized that love, in all its forms, was a cosmic dance, beautiful, chaotic, and ultimately unattainable. And in that moment, the world shifted, the boundaries of love and loss blurring, pulling us into a spiral where the heartache and the joy intertwined like the cycles of the moon, each waxing and waning with unrelenting grace. The night was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a struggle that would echo through the corridors of time, a testament to the love that transcends the stars, a celestial romance destined to be written in the fabric of the universe itself. The moon hung low, a silver spectre bleeding into the night, and in its glow, the world felt almost unreal. I stood at the precipice, the edge of a cliff overlooking the valley, heart pounding like the desperate drum of a soldier. The air was thick with the scent of lavender and bruised earth, a tension so palpable it could choke the life out of even the most resilient. Below, the shadows danced, twisting and turning, as if mocking the very essence of love itself. Celine, her hair spilling like liquid night, stood there with a fierceness that threatened to shatter the silence. Her gaze, fierce and unyielding, searched the horizon, as if she could summon the stars from their slumber. She was the embodiment of longing and despair, the celestial maiden whose heart ached for a mortal man lost in the eternal grasp of sleep. Endymion, his name echoed in the hollow chambers of her heart, a reminder of what was and what could never truly be. I remember the first time I saw him, she whispered, her voice trembling like the wings of a caged bird. He stood there, beneath the oaks, eyes closed, as if the world had conspired to keep him from waking. I thought the gods had played a cruel trick, painting a canvas that could never be touched. Each word dripped with a bittersweet nostalgia, pulling at the very fabric of my soul. But there was no solace in her memories tonight. The darkness loomed larger, an impending storm of emotions that threatened to engulf everything in its path. Where is he? She cried into the void, a haunting question that echoed back, unanswered. Her fists clenched, knuckles white against the backdrop of a relentless sky. I could feel the raw edges of her pain, the jagged shards of a love that time itself had deemed impossible. Endymion, trapped in his eternal slumber, lay in a cocoon of dreams that no mere mortal could comprehend. He was a constellation of sighs and whispers, lost to her in a realm that neither sought nor desired awakening. But she was no mere observer, she was a force, a tempest of yearning, ready to challenge the very gods who had sewn their fates together with threads of despair. "I would trade the light of 1,000 moons," she declared, voice rising, passion igniting like a wildfire. "I would barter my very essence just to feel the warmth of his touch again." The earth trembled beneath her resolve, shadows recoiling as if they could sense the wrath of a woman scorned by the universe. But love is rarely simple, and beneath the intensity, there simmered a quiet fear that had taken root deep within her heart. What if he woke? What if the world he returned to was a fractured reflection of the dreams they once shared? The thought pierced her like an arrow, leaving her breathless, gasping for air in a twilight choking on its own darkness. And there it was, the flicker of doubt, a spectre haunting her thoughts. Endymion's face, so serene while asleep, now twisted in her mind into something unrecognizable. Would he still love her, a mere woman tethered to the earth, when he could have the stars? But the yearning clawed at her insides, raw and persistent. She could not let go, not when the memory of his smile danced behind her eyelids, a haunting echo of a love that transcended time. In the silence that followed, another sound emerged, a heartbeat, heavy and rhythmic, pounding in sync with the pulse of the universe. It was the sound of desperation, the sound of a woman who may have been swallowed whole by the very love that sought to save her. "Endymion," she called, her voice a siren in the night. "Awaken! Do not let the shadows claim you." The wind howled in response, wrapping around her, carrying her plea to the heavens, an offering made of heartache and devotion. A distant flicker of light broke through the darkness, a glimmer of hope illuminating the valley below. I could see it, a ghostly figure emerging from the shadows, slowly taking form, a silhouette against the backdrop of a star-studded sky. Endymion, his essence, his spirit, drifting toward her like a moth drawn to the flame. But fear crept in, a chill that seeped through her bones and whispered bitter truths. What if he was not the same? What if the love they had was lost to the tides of time? "Please," she breathed, desperation lacing her tone, "if you hear me, if you can feel me, remember." The plea hung in the air, a promise and a curse intertwined. And then, in a heartbeat that felt like an eternity, their eyes met. His gaze, though clouded by dreams, found her, anchoring her in a sea of uncertainty. There was recognition, a spark of something that transcended the chasm of time and space. "Selene," he murmured, the name tumbling from his lips like a secret known only to the stars. Every moment stretched and curled, a bittersweet melody that resonated deep within me. I could see the two of them, echoing the celestial dance of love and fate, close yet impossibly distant, their hearts tethered by longing and fear. As the first rays of dawn kissed the horizon, bathing the world in golden light, an understanding bloomed between them, a silent acknowledgement of pain and unyielding love. But with it came the weight of choices that could shatter what they held dear. Standing on the precipice of eternity, Selene and Endymion faced the truth of their existence. Would they sacrifice their love for the sake of silence, or would they embrace the chaos that love inevitably brings? In that charged moment, the universe held its breath, a collective pause that reverberated through time. It was a confrontation not just of lovers, but of fate itself, teetering on the edge of hope and despair. The stars blinked in unison, as if holding their breath, aware that this was but the beginning of a tale that would tear at the very seams of the cosmos. I felt myself pulled into their world, heart racing, breath hitching, as I awaited the next heartbeat that would propel everything into the unknown. The night would not end, the story would extend beyond the boundaries of mere existence. The dance of Selene and Endymion was far from over, and the echoes of their eternal affection would linger, whispering through the ages, forever entwined in the tapestry of love and loss. The air was thick with desperation, a palpable weight that settled into the marrow of the bones. Midas stood before the crumbling remnants of his once stately palace, the sun dipping into the horizon like a dying ember. The echoes of laughter, once vibrant and alive, now morphed into haunting whispers, taunting him. His heart pounded, each beat a furious reminder of what he had lost. He could feel it, the cold touch of greed wrapping around his throat, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. I remember when I thought wealth was my salvation. The glint of gold was intoxicating, a siren's call that wrapped around my senses. I remember the way it shimmered, promising an abundance that would fill the hollow spaces within me. But that promise had turned to ash, and now, as I stared into the twilight, I felt like a ghost in my own life. "Father!" The voice broke through the suffocating silence, fragile yet fierce. It was his daughter, the one light in his darkened world. She stood there, framed by the shadows, eyes wide with hope but brimming with uncertainty. "Father, what's wrong?" Her name was Marigold, a name that once brought him joy, now a bittersweet reminder of innocence lost. Her laughter had chased away the demons lurking in his mind, but now it was silent. All that remained was a chasm of regret, a void filled with the metallic scent of gold. "Marigold, my sweet," he whispered, voice barely above a breath. I have done terrible things." The confession tasted bitter, a reminder of the monstrous pact he had made with the gods. Everything he touched turned to gold, a gift turned curse. The flowers she loved, the food they cherished, all now lifeless, gilded remnants of joy. Her fragile hand reached for him, trembling like a leaf caught in a winter storm. "But, Father, I don't understand. You're the king. You can fix this." Hope flickered in her voice, fragile yet fierce, like a candle in the wind. But Midas knew the truth, felt it coiling around him like a serpent. "Marigold," he was trembling now, the words crawling out like desperate creatures seeking refuge. "I can't. I wanted the world to be mine, to make everything perfect. But perfection is a poison, my love." Then came the moment, sharp and electrifying, a revelation that cut through the veil of his despair. The echoes of her laughter haunted him, a melody that turned into a scream for help. He recalled the day she had run to him, arms outstretched, her golden curls gleaming in the sunlight. "Father, look! This flower is for you." But when he touched it, the beauty vanished, replaced by a cold metallic sheen that mocked the tenderness she sought to give. And now, as he stood in the twilight, the realization crashed over him like a wave, pulling him under. The gold, his golden touch, had cost him the very essence of life. Love, laughter, warmth. All lost to the insatiable hunger for more. "Father, please!" Marigold's voice sliced through the fog of his thoughts, raw and desperate. "I can help you. We can fix this, just tell me what to do." But how could he explain? How could he strip away the layers of his greed and expose the aching heart beneath? The world had become a gilded prison, and he was its warden, shackled by his own desires. I wish I could return to the days when I had nothing but love," he whispered, the words escaping him like a prayer. The irony twisted like a knife. In the pursuit of wealth, he had forsaken the very thing that made him human. Marigold took a step closer, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I love you, Father. You taught me that love is the greatest treasure, not gold. Isn't that worth fighting for?" Her words struck him, resonating deep within the core of his being. Love. The word felt foreign, yet achingly familiar, like a long-lost melody. The truth burned through the fog of his despair, igniting a flicker of hope in the darkness. But the clock was ticking, relentless, time slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. As he looked into her eyes, he felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down, the universe whispering secrets he could barely comprehend. What was love if it was suffocated by greed? What was a king without the love of his own child? "Marigold," he said, the words clumsy and heavy with emotion. If I could turn it all back, I would. I would give up everything, my kingdom, my power, my cursed touch, for a single moment of laughter with you, for the warmth of your embrace." A heartbeat passed, then another. The world around him warped, the glimmering gold now a prison of sorrow. He could feel the ground shifting beneath him, the weight of his choices closing in, smothering him. And yet, her presence was a balm, a flicker of warmth in the encroaching cold. "Let's find a way," she pleaded, stepping closer, the warmth of her small hand reaching up to grasp his. "We don't need gold. We need each other. But how could he protect her? How could he allow her to bear the burden of his mistakes? In that moment, as he looked into her eyes, he saw the flicker of a plan formulating in the depths of her soul, a plan that could save them both. I remember the stories, whispers of a river, its waters imbued with the power to cleanse, to transform. A river that could wash away the horrors of a greedy heart. But it was a dangerous gamble, a risk that could strip away everything he held dear. "Trust me, Father," she urged, her voice steady, filled with a wisdom that belied her youth. "Together, we can find the river. We can break the curse. We can reclaim what was lost." And in that moment, Midas realized that love was the true treasure he had sought all along. It wasn't the gleam of gold, nor the empty promise of riches. It was the connection that pulsed between them, a lifeline that anchored him in the storm of despair. As the darkness deepened, shadows danced around them, a tapestry of uncertainty and fear. But he could feel the warmth of her hand, steady and reassuring, pulling him back from the precipice of despair. They were bound by fate, a father and daughter entwined in a desperate dance against time, a battle not for gold, but for the very essence of love. And so, they set forth, hearts racing, souls intertwined, racing against the clock, toward the shimmering hope that lay beyond the horizon. The darkness lingered, but for the first time, Midas felt a glimmer of light, a possibility that love might just be the key to salvation. The river awaited, and with it, a chance to reclaim everything he had lost. The night hung like a shroud, thick and suffocating, as shadows danced on the walls of the ancient city. A lone figure stood at the edge of the precipice, heart pounding, breath shallow. Elara, a child of the stars, felt the pull of the moon, a radiant orb casting silver whispers on her skin. She stared into the abyss, where darkness beckoned, teasing her with promises of freedom and despair. "Come to me," the night murmured, a haunting lullaby. But she was not alone. Somewhere, hidden among the midnight memories, there was another heartbeat, fiery, relentless, echoing the rhythm of the sun. Lucian, the sun's chosen, stood on the opposite ledge, the warmth of his spirit stirring the air. He was the brilliance in the darkness, a blazing inferno caught in a storm of uncertainty. "Elara," he shouted, voice trembling with urgency, ricocheting through the silence. "You can't throw yourself into that void. We were meant for more than this." Elara's eyes glistened with tears, twin moons of anguish. "But what if the void is where I truly belong? What if light is just a cruel trick, an illusion that binds us?" Every word dripped with desperation, each syllable a shard of glass in her throat. She felt the cold tendrils of doubt wrapping around her heart, squeezing until she could scarcely breathe. In that moment, the world around them shifted, the stars blinked with anticipation, the city held its breath. The weight of ancient prophecies loomed, like a thunderstorm ready to break. They were lovers bound by fate, woven into the very fabric of the cosmos, yet trapped in an endless cycle of longing and despair. They were drawn together by the gravitational pull of their souls, yet kept apart by the cruel dance of light and dark. "I remember the first time we touched," Lucian said, voice softening, the intensity of his gaze anchoring her. It felt like the sun igniting the dawn, a spark that shattered the silence. He took a step closer, hands reaching out, trembling with the fear of rejection. "You made me believe in something greater than myself." "I remember," Elara whispered, the memory flooding her with warmth. "The way you smiled, like the sky breaking open after a storm. I felt seen, like the moon rising after a lifetime of hiding." But with each recollection came a bitter aftertaste, a reminder of the impossibility of their union. "But our love is like the tides, forever shifting, never stable." "Then let us fight." Lucian's voice surged with passion, a beacon cutting through the dark. "Let us defy the stars, rewrite the myth that binds us. I refuse to let you slip away into the abyss. I refuse to succumb to this cruel fate." Elara's heart twisted, each beat a painful reminder of the chasm between them. She felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down, the whispers of ancient gods filling her ears. What if we're not meant to be together? What if love is just a fleeting moment, a cosmic joke played by forces beyond our control? Lucian took another bold step, the ground trembling beneath them. "Then I will be the fool." Let me be the jester in this cosmic dance, but I will never stop reaching for you. Even if the universe conspires against us, I will not let it tear us apart." The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing in the space between them. The moon flickered, casting eerie shadows, while the sun fought to break through the gathering clouds. Ilara's breath hitched, caught in the tumult of emotion swirling around them. Her heart waged a relentless battle against logic, against the shadows that whispered of despair. "Lucian," she began, but the words caught in her throat, tangled in the web of her fears. What if she leapt into his arms only to find herself weighed down by the past? What if their love was not enough to conquer the darkness? Suddenly, the winds howled, a banshee's wail resonating through the night. The earth trembled, a foreboding reminder of the fragile balance between light and dark. "You must choose," the wind screamed, the voices of the cosmos merging into one. "Love or despair? Light or darkness?" "Ilara!" Lucian reached out, desperation etched on his face. "Choose me." But in the depths of Ilara's heart, a shadow flickered. The ghost of her insecurities loomed large, its presence suffocating. "And what if I choose wrong?" she breathed, fear slicing through her like a blade. "What if I shatter the delicate balance of our worlds?" "I would rather burn in the sun than fade into the backdrop of your night," he pleaded, the fire in his spirit igniting the air around them. "We can forge our own destiny. We are not bound by the past, nor the stars that dictate our fate." The tension reached a fever pitch, the universe holding its breath, waiting for her answer. Ilara's soul screamed for connection, yet her mind whispered of caution. But if we fight the cosmos, what happens when the tides turn? What happens when the sun and moon must part? "In that moment, we'll find a way," Lucian vowed. His unwavering gaze held her captive, the promise of eternity shimmering in his eyes. "Even if it means embracing the darkness, we will find a way." Tears streamed down Ilara's cheeks, a cascade of emotions crashing over her. She could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing in, a bittersweet reminder of the love that was both her salvation and her curse. "Then let it be a battle for our souls," she finally said, voice trembling but resolute. "Let it be a war against fate itself." The air crackled with electricity, a fierce promise igniting between them. In that fleeting moment, the sun and moon converged, a heartbeat in the vast expanse of time, two souls aligned against the chaos of existence. And as they reached for one another, the universe shuddered, caught in the delicate balance of love and despair. They knew this was not an end but a continuation, a story woven into the very fabric of their beings, echoing through eternity. But the night still breathed around them, shadows whispering of trials yet to come, of darkness waiting to engulf their love. And so, they stood, two celestial bodies on the brink of an infinite dance, poised to face the storms ahead. The air crackled, heavy with the scent of rain-soaked earth and the whispers of an impending storm. I stood at the edge of the village, my heart thrumming like a caged bird, pounding against my ribs, desperate to escape. There she was, Isla, her vibrant red dress a splash of fire against the grey sky, her laughter ringing out like a bell, a haunting melody that drew me in. But the laughter was a mirage, the shadows loomed large, and darkness beckoned. I remember the way her lips curved, full of life, of dreams that danced like the flicker of a hummingbird's wings. But beneath that joy, a crack ran deep. A fracture, a fault line we both felt but dared not speak of. The weight of unspoken words hung between us, suffocating, and I could see it in her eyes, a flicker of fear, a glint of sorrow that whispered of sacrifice. I was no hero, I was just a man caught in the web of my own regrets. "Harvey!" Isla called, her voice a siren's song, pulling me closer, but I hesitated. I felt the world shift, the ground tremble. What was left unsaid wrapped around my throat like a noose. I could see the storm clouds gathering, mirroring the turmoil within me. She didn't know, couldn't know, the pain I carried. Then came the scream. A jagged sound that sliced through the air, shattering the fragile moment. My heart stopped. Time stretched, warped, and the laughter faded into silence. It was a cry of anguish, a raw, unfiltered agony that clawed at the very fabric of the village. I turned toward the sound, dread pooling in my stomach. The shadows shifted. "Isla!" I shouted, but the name was swallowed by the encroaching darkness. My feet, heavy with fear, seemed to sink into the ground, but I forced myself forward. I had to protect her. I had to save her from the darkness that threatened to consume everything. The village square was a nightmare. Figures flitted through the haze, panic and chaos painting the scene in strokes of desperation. I pushed through the crowd, each step heavier than the last, my pulse roaring in my ears. And then, I saw him, Mateo, Isla's older brother. His face was ashen, eyes wide, haunted. "Harvey!" He gripped my arm, desperation pouring from his every word. "The forest. It's taken her." My breath hitched. The forest, an ancient, foreboding expanse, whispered of secrets and ghosts. It was a place of shadows, where the light dared not tread. "What do you mean?" I was grasping at straws, panic wrapping around my throat like a vice. "Who?" "The hummingbird," he gasped, voice breaking. "It came for her." I thought it was just a myth, but I didn't need to hear more. The hummingbird, a creature of beauty and terror, was an omen, an embodiment of love and sacrifice that had haunted our families for generations. It fed on joy but thrived on despair. For every heart it touched, it demanded a price. I felt my own heart racing, pounding with the weight of my dread. "Where?" I urged, my fear morphing into determination. "Where did they take her?" Mateo pointed into the depths of the forest, where shadows twisted and writhed, and the air grew thick with an unnatural chill. I stepped forward, my body moving before my mind could catch up. Each stride felt like a plunge into the abyss, and the cacophony of the village faded into a haunting silence, punctuated only by the rustle of leaves and the distant call of the hummingbird, a sound both alluring and forbidden. The trees loomed over me, dark sentinels guarding the secrets held within. I could feel the eyes of the forest watching, waiting. Fear clawed at my insides, but I pressed on, fueled by a singular purpose, to save Isla. My footsteps were soft against the damp earth, each step a prayer, a promise. "Isla!" I called, voice echoing through the trees. "I'm coming." But the only answer was the whispering wind, taunting me, pulling me deeper into the heart of darkness. Memories of laughter flickered through my mind like ghostly flames, moments shared under the sun, the warmth of her hand in mine. I felt the weight of those memories, each one a reminder of what we stood to lose. Then, a rustle. A flash of red. My heart lurched. "Isla!" I surged forward, branches clawing at my skin, desperate to hold me back. The hummingbird song grew louder, intoxicating, seductive. I could taste it in the air, a bittersweet tang that filled my lungs with longing and dread. And then, I saw her. Isla knelt in a clearing, surrounded by a shimmering light, the hummingbird perched upon her shoulder. Its wings beat a frantic rhythm, a dance of chaos and beauty. She looked up, eyes wide with something between terror and awe. "Harvey!" In that moment, the world slipped away. It was just us, a fragile thread woven through time, through dreams and fears. But even as I reached for her, I felt the pull of the forest, the darkness that cradled the beauty of the hummingbird, threatening to draw her into an eternal night. "Isla, come back!" I yelled, my voice raw, filled with the urgency of 1,000 heartbeats. But she seemed entranced, held captive by the creature's brilliance. The hummingbird hovered, a jewel of mischief and heartache. It whispered promises in her ear, promises of freedom, of pain erased. I felt the ground tremble beneath me, a deep rumble that echoed the turmoil in my soul. In that moment, I realized love demanded sacrifice. What would I give to save her? The weight of decision crashed over me. I had to act, to pull her back from the edge of despair. My heart screamed, but the shadows clawed at my resolve. "Isla!" I surged forward, breaking through the invisible barrier that held her captive, but the creature flitted away, a streak of iridescence in the dim light. In that instant, I knew love was both the anchor and the storm. I reached out, fingers brushing against her skin, and everything shifted. The hummingbird shrieked, an eerie sound that echoed in the stillness, a siren wailing against the tide of fate. The darkness deepened, And as I held her gaze, I realized sacrifice was not just a choice, it was the very essence of love, an aching truth that demanded everything. I would plunge into the abyss, face the shadows, bear the weight of our hearts intertwined. As our fingers touched, the world shifted again. It was a tether binding us, an unbreakable bond forged in the crucible of fear and hope. The storm loomed in the distance, but the battle was just beginning, and I would fight for her, for us, until the very last breath. In that moment of clarity, I understood we were both hummingbirds, caught between love and sacrifice, and the path ahead gleamed with uncertainty, yet pulsed with the promise of what we might become. Night falls like a curtain, heavy and suffocating, the kind that makes your heart race and your breath hitch. The moon hangs low in the inky sky, a cruel spectator to the chaos unfolding below. I remember the night I first saw her, Liang, the man with sorrow etched into his every feature, standing at the edge of the lake. The water shimmered, 1,000 stars trapped within its depths, but in his eyes flickered only despair. I was hidden among the shadows, a ghost in my own story, watching as he threw stones into the water, each plunk a heavy toll of his heart. I loved her, he whispered to the night, his voice cracking like fragile glass. I loved her, and I lost her. But love is never truly lost, is it? It haunts, it transforms, and it becomes something far more sinister than mere longing. Beneath the surface of that shimmering lake, a presence stirred, a white serpent, glistening like moonlight on obsidian, bound by fate and fury. Fate is a cruel mistress, I murmur to myself, feeling the weight of their hearts entwined in this cosmic dance. She weaves through the currents of time and culture, her name whispered across generations, by Sujan, the legendary white snake. In the depths of her shimmering scales lies a story as old as humanity itself, a tale of love that defies death, of transformation that incites terror and wonder. Bai Sujan watches Liang from below, her heart a tempest of emotions. She knows, deep down, that she is both savior and monster. Her body, a vessel of ancient magic, pulses with the weight of her choices. The night is her only solace, the water her only companion. The ghost of her former self lingers, haunting her thoughts like a distant echo. I remember the first time I took human form, the first time I felt the warmth of the sun on my skin. But warmth has a price. Love, too, demands sacrifices, and she is all too aware of the boundaries she straddles. A serpent's heart isn't meant to beat in a human chest, yet here she is, longing for a man whose heart is breaking. She surfaces, breaking the water's grip, silvery droplets cascading like tears. Liang starts. "Who are you?" he gasps, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. There's something fragile about him, a boy lost among the shadows. His innocence is a stark contrast to the primal energy that radiates from Bai Sujan. "I am the one who loves you," she answers, her voice a haunting melody that reverberates through the night. "I am the one who breathes life into your dreams and fills your heart with hope." But hope is a double-edged sword, and Liang's heart is not ready for the weight of her truth. "You're a monster," he stammers, stepping back, as if her beauty can bite. "You're just a myth, a nightmare." With those words, the air thickens, tension crackling like lightning. Bai Sujan's heart sinks, heavier than the stones Liang had cast before. I remember the way the world felt when I first emerged from the depths. I was free. I was alive. But now, the pain of rejection surges within her, a tempest raging against the shores of her newfound humanity. "Love has made me human," she whispers, "but it has also made me vulnerable." And beneath the surface of the lake, other spirits stir, shadows of ancient serpents who once roamed the earth, bitter and jealous. They sense her heart, the soft warmth that spills like molten gold into the cold waters. They rise, coiling around her, hissing their warning and resentment. "Leave him, Bai Sujan. Love will only bring you pain. He will never understand." But Liang is already drawn to her like a moth to flame. He inches closer, curiosity overtaking fear. "What do you want from me?" His voice is raw, trembling. "A monster's love? I can't trust you. You could devour me whole." Bai Sujan feels her heart shatter. "I do not wish to consume you. I only wish to share the light that flickers in your soul." but the weight of his doubt crushes her, each word a dagger to her fragile heart. Light? And what would I have left? A serpent's embrace or a lifetime of shadow? And the shadows swirl, whispering tales of betrayal and vengeance that seep into the fabric of Liang's mind. Love is never simple, never straightforward, and every choice ignites a war within. I remember, he murmurs, the stories I was told as a child, of monsters that took the form of beauty, only to ensnare the unsuspecting. What if you are just another tale, another warning from the elders? Bai Sujan scales shimmer, reflecting the moonlight in a dazzling array of colors. What if I am a dream, waiting for you to wake? Her voice trembles with the weight of her longing, a siren's call mingling with the ache of despair. Tension hangs heavy in the air, thick as fog. As their eyes lock, a silent understanding passes between them, a moment suspended in time, where love and fear coexist. It is raw, electric, a palpable energy that crackles like the storm brewing above. Like a clock ticking relentlessly toward midnight, their hearts race, the world around them fading into a muted blur. They are two souls, caught in a cosmic web of transformation, teetering on the edge of fate. Why do you fight? Bai Sujan pleads, desperation creeping into her voice, each word laced with the bitterness of unfulfilled desire. Why not embrace what we could be? But Liang's courage falters, and doubt floods his heart. Embrace what? The illusion of happiness with a monster. Somewhere, a clock chimes, a reminder of time slipping away, of choices made and unmade. I can feel their pain, their longing, twisting through the air like the tendrils of fog that wrap around them. Each heartbeat syncs with the pulse of the cosmos, the weight of their destinies intertwined. The lake becomes a mirror, reflecting not just their forms, but the very essence of their souls, a battle between love and fear, beauty and monstrosity. And as the night deepens, shadows loom larger, the weight of history pressing down, whispering truths buried in time. Perhaps, I whisper into the stillness, love is the greatest transformation of all. But the echoes of the past linger, a haunting reminder that love can also be a curse, a serpent coiling around the heart, squeezing tighter until the light flickers out. As the moon casts its pale glow upon the water, the tension ignites, sparking a confrontation that spirals into the unknown, leaving us breathless, hearts racing, yearning for what comes next.